Good morning and welcome to the Tarland Food and Music Festival online extravaganza. My name is Shona Donaldson and it is Sunday the 27th of September. We have another great day for you, full of fantastic events. There really is something for everyone. Thank you so much to Ewan Gray. You might have noticed at the start of the days we've been playing a fantastic highlights reel from our 2018 festival. Young lad Ewan Gray put that together. He came along and filmed and edited it, and we are so thankful to Ewan for allowing us to use that. It really is a great video. So coming up at 10:30 today, we have got a very special highlights service from the Reverend Frank Ribbons, and at 11 o'clock we join Peter Craig of the Cromarr History Group as he takes us round the top end of the village this year for a virtual walk. At 12 o'clock, Paul Anderson will be coming live to you with a fiddle workshop. And if you'd like to join in with that, Paul has already given me the music and I've posted it up on our Facebook page. If you scroll down on the Tarland Food and Music Facebook page, you'll find it there. And it's also in Paul's events tab on the page. We'll be having a break for lunch from 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock, so you can go and get yourself fed and watered and be back ready to start at 2 o'clock with Shirley Folks, who is going to show us how to make a clootie dumpling. And Shirley's recipe is also online. If you head to our Facebook page, you can click on the photo album. It has all this year's recipes in them. We are very lucky as well to have some fantastic recipes from the Aberdeen Arms, from the Commercial Hotel in Tarland, from Angie's Cafe and from the Petarch Cafe and Restaurant. So go and check them out and get cooking at home. At 3 o'clock, a real highlight of the festival is the chair art auction. And unfortunately, this is the last year that chair art will be happening in Tarland, but we are going to go out with a bang. I'm hoping that we're going to raise lots and lots of money for two fantastic charities, the Forget Me Not Club and Books Abroad. So be sure to tune in at 3 o'clock for that and bid on your favourite chair, a chance to win and raise some funds for two great charities. At 4 o'clock, we will be having a live discussion with the folks of Stannardsville, Virginia, America. We are looking into the possibility of twinning Tarland and Stannardsville, so be sure to join us for that and find out a wee bit more about that project. At 5 o'clock, we have our last event of the whole weekend. I can't quite believe we're on Sunday already, as flown past. But at 5 o'clock, we are going to have a very special rendition of a Tarland poem called When Tykes Were Bold, which was written by Hamish Common. And we put it out to the folks of Tarland to record a few lines each, and we've edited it into a fantastic video. So be sure to join us for that brilliant finale and spot some familiar faces. Now, we also have a GoFundMe campaign on the go to help us cover the costs of this year's festival and put a wee bit into the pot for next year to come back bigger and better than ever. So if you fancy popping in something to the GoFundMe campaign, we would really appreciate it. And you can find that on our Facebook page. I will pin it to the top of the page, and you can also pop GoFundMe Tarland Food and Music Festival into any search bar on the internet and it'll come up there. So for now, we will head over to Reverend Frank Ribbons.
Hi. On the last Sunday of August, Tarland Church celebrated its 150th anniversary, that is 150 years since the building was completed and first used in public worship. In order to mark that occasion, we invited the moderator of the Church of Scotland, the Reverend Dr. Martin Fair, and his wife, and Martin came up and preached and led the service, making it a very, very special occasion. We also invited Joanna, Marchioness of Aberdeen, to represent the Gordon family, whose contribution to the building of the church was outstanding. So she came and addressed a few remarks to the congregation as well, making the occasion, all in all, very, very special. So I thought it would be quite good to give you a few highlights, since we could not have accommodated many more than we did. Our limit is 50. But it'd be good to let the wider village see something of that special occasion. So I've edited the service and included the highlights, which now follow. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone, and the warmest of welcome to St. Mullins on this auspicious occasion of the celebration of the 150th anniversary of the building of this church and the occasion of its first use in worship. We are particularly privileged this morning to have with us the Very Reverend Dr. Martin Fair, the moderator of the Church of Scotland. Martin, it's great to have you with us, and Elaine, his wife, and it's a super to have you both, and also a privilege to have Joanna, Marchioness of Aberdeen, with us, representing the Gordon family, whose contribution to the life of the church in this community is fittingly commemorated on that plaque to my left and your right on the wall there. We're also very, very pleased to welcome Ian and Isabel Brown with us this morning. There you are. Good. And Ian was minister here for 25 years, as most of you here will know. So it's lovely that you can make it to be with us this morning, Ian. And we're also very glad to have awards from Lloyd Evans. He sent me this jazzy card, which I'll hold up so you can see. There we are. Nice card from Roy, and he says, to Frank, Minister, Session Clerk, and all the elders of the members and adherents and occasional worshippers in Fermont Parish Church, we most heartily congratulate you on the notable and the auspicious occasion of your sesquicentenary. Well, to learn a new word again. The 150th birthday of your beautiful building, from the Leonard, Margaret, and Lord. And we're also glad that the moderator of our own presbytery of Carlton and Deeside can be with us today. That's me. So let's worship God.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. It would have been anyway, but it is especially so this year. I was installed as moderator of the General Assembly in May, and here we are almost in September, and this is my very first official engagement. Everything else has been cancelled until now, so I've been living in front of a computer screen and on the phone. So to see real people is a joy. So I'm very grateful to Minister Frank and to the Kirk Session for the invitation to be here today on this very, very special occasion. I brought a gift with me for the congregation, and this can either can find a home for it, or you can put it in a cupboard somewhere and forget about it forever, whichever seems best to you. It has the moderator's crest on it, and some of the Bible verses that are important to me in my year as moderator. And here, underneath the map of Scotland, let me show it to Louis and the men over here. Here we have a map of Scotland, and underneath is a very special tartan that was created for this year. I'm a minister in one of the churches in Arbroath, and this year Arbroath celebrated, or should have done, if it wasn't for the pandemic, 700 years since the signing of the Declaration of Arbroath, when Robert Bruce and 100 of the noblemen of Scotland signed a letter to the Pope of the day. And the history is all there, you can check out. But this tartan was produced especially to recognise the 700th anniversary of this signing. And every thread in the tartan, every aspect of its pattern relates to one or other points of the history. And I will give that to Frank so that you can see. For example, Robert Bruce was 32 years of age when he became king. And in one part of the tartan, there are 32 threads. So every aspect of it has been planned with the 700th anniversary of the Declaration of Arbroath. So, as I say, this is for you, for the wall and the vestry, or for a dark cupboard, and whatever seems right to you. Frank, I'll hand it to you.
Thank you very much. Lovely.
So friends, in concluding, I bring you, Frank, as minister, and the Kirk session of this congregation, the very warmest greetings of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. I encourage you to be all that you're called to be now and in the days to come, as living stones of Christ. Amen.
And now it's my pleasure to ask you, Lady Aberdeen, as representative of those who were so instrumental in getting this building off the ground, to come and bring us to the march.
It was a beautiful drive up this morning, I must say, really lovely, heading to the hills, riding over from Tarland. Really lovely. And I must thank you all, thank you, Frank, thank you for session, for your kind invitation, thank you, Sheila, for your very kind invitation to be here. It's a delight, and to be here, the moderator of General Assembly as well. My husband is looking forward to being here. It is, of course, a great sadness, it's not. But I am very honoured to represent him. And I'm proud, very proud, to be where John Hamilton Gordon was 150 years ago, over this beautiful church. Johnny being the brother of the sixth Earl, who under the instruction of their father, to build this church, but he never saw it completed, as he was abroad at the time. He was absent abroad, so which was a great sadness. His return was expected any time, but it emerged very sadly that he had to be lost at sea. And I've seen the plaque here commemorating the opening of the church, the congregational meeting which Johnny attended on the 25th of August 1870 was the beginning of a special association with St. Moller. I'm not sure if I can say it. I've heard it said several different ways. And the seventh hour, later the first mark of the Aberdeen, he served here for 63 years as an elder. I'm an elder in measure. parish church, and I thought I was doing quite well, but I'm not even halfway there. And Metric, for your interest, the church was designed by the same architect as here, and was built by the family. And one can imagine the celebration of the church opening here. And today, I feel it's a celebration of a similar magnitude as the restrictions imposed by COVID at ease, and we emerge, albeit tentatively, into a world much changed, but one where we can again congregate and join together in praise and prayer. The joy is immense. It really is. Johnny welcomed the new church, believing that it would promote the glory of God and the advancement of religion in a universal sense. He described a feeling of cooperation and well-being surrounding the building and hoped it would prevail. Today bears witness to the fact that it has, and we are ready to face new challenges together with courage and with hope. Thanks to the love of God our Father and His Son, our Saviour, Jesus Christ. I'm delighted to celebrate with you today. May God be with you, and may you walk forward in faith. And in the spirit of the beautiful hymn just sung, well, not quite sung, but that we listened to, a very favourite hymn. We will go, Lord, if you lead us. We will hold your people in our hearts. And I congratulate you on 150 years, and I wish you well for the next 150 years. Amen.
Thank you so much. And will you pray with me at this? Loving Father, Lord of the past, Lord of the present, and Lord of the future. You're the one who makes all time one in eternity. So we bring you now our grateful thanks for the touch of the past on our present lives here, that touch as it is expressed in the grand statement of commitment to Christ made by this building, so clearly visible from over the fields and through this part of the house. We commend particularly the Gordon family to you, as we gratefully acknowledge their help given in ages past. The gentle touch of our forebears embraces us now, enclosed as we are in this faith bequeathed by them. And we remember them kindly and lovingly. We honour their labour, their witness, their legacy now, as we dedicate once again this building to use as a place of worship to God Almighty, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and pray that richest blessing might fill St. Muller's on each occasion of its use, whether by one who prays and meditates alone, or by the joyful crowd on high occasions of celebration, or by the mournful ones who gather to commend their loved ones to you, or in the ordinary routines, week by week, when church convenes in Jesus' name to worship you, in preaching, in praying, in praising, in sacrament, and in serving in the building up of the body of Christ, we dedicate this house again. And this we pray through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. May you know the hope to which you have been called. May you know the power of God at work in you. And may you rejoice in the riches of Christ's body, the church.
And now go in peace, and may the blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit be with you and those you love today and forevermore. Amen.
What a wonderful highlight reel from that very special service celebrating 150 years of worship in St Molloig's Church in Tarland. And my sincere thanks to the Reverend Frank Ribbons for recording that service with the very special guests indeed, and putting a wee video together for us for the Tarland Food and Music Festival. Now, you have just about got enough time to go and stick the kettle on and make yourself a cup of tea or coffee and join us back here at 11 o'clock for a virtual walk with Peter Craig of the Cramar History Group. See you in 5 minutes. Good morning and welcome to the Sunday of Tarland Food and Music Festival online festival. If you're just joining us, you are very welcome. My name is Shona Donaldson and I am going to be your host for today. I'm the festival coordinator here in HQ. I am coming live from the Aberdeen Arms and I am very grateful to Nikki and Catherine of the Aberdeen Arms for hosting me today and keeping me in tea and biscuits. Now, coming up at 12 o'clock, we have a brilliant online fiddle workshop from the fantastic Paul Anderson. Paul was playing in our Saturday night concert last night, and it was a brilliant night. Of course, if you'd like to catch up on anything, you can see our videos online on Facebook. You can catch up, and they will be going on to YouTube after the weekend as well. So if you'd like to join Paul for his workshop at 12 o'clock, live here on our Facebook feed, the music is already up. You can scroll down on our Facebook page and find the 3 tunes that Paul will be working on today. Alternatively, if you head into our events tab on the Facebook page and look for Paul's workshop, the tunes are there as well. So next up is a fantastic event, which is always very well attended at the physical festival. It is the Cramar History Walk. So we are going to join Peter Craig very shortly, but I'm going to tell you a wee bit about the Cramar History Group for those who may not know about them. They are a group of lively folk who have a common interest in learning about, preserving and promoting the history and heritage of our local area here in Tarland. Their aim is to share what they learn and make it as accessible as possible to everybody who might want to know more about Cramar's fascinating past. They publish lots of things, including leaflets on history walks in Tarland and a well-regarded magazine called Echoes from Cramar's Past. I am very grateful to Peter Craig, who has made this video for us, and to Kathy on the festival committee, who spent a morning videoing it. Now, they also have a brilliant online archive. So if you're interested to find out more about Tarland's past, head to www.cramarhistorygroup.org.uk. But for now, pull on your virtual walking boots and let's join Peter Craig.
Welcome to the 2020 Tarland Food and Music Festival tour of Tarland, looking at some of its more historical sites. I'm Peter Craig. I've lived in the village for 40 years and I've always been interested in its history, so I hope to be able to share some of that with you by going round the top end of the village to look at the market stance area and the school and the church. We'll have a look up there and see what we can learn about the village's past from these places. Right, we're now at the market stance, a very green and quiet area of the village, but once upon a time it was an absolute bustling area of all sorts of things were going on. All the fine granite buildings down in the square and the prosperity that they reflect, a lot of that prosperity came from the business that was transacted right here, all around this grassy area, and where there are now lots of houses at Aberdeen Terrace and Strachan Cottages, right up towards the school, all that was part of the market stance. In fact, that part of the area is on the old maps as the cattle market, but buying and selling was what this area was about, and fairs and markets were held here regularly. Markets were held every week, and this dates back to as far back as 1683, when Tarland became a borough of barony. Yeah, borough of barony it was called, and that gave it the right to hold weekly markets. So people would come from all over Upper Deeside, Upper Donside, and they would head for Tarland as virtually the only place where you could buy and sell things on a large scale, and it had a frequency of markets which was much greater than anywhere else in the area. So it was a market town, and as well as the weekly markets, there were much bigger events called fairs, and there were 6 or 7 of these during the year. There would be a horse fair at a particular time, there would be a sheep fair, cattle fair, and these were occasions when crowds and crowds of people would have descended on the village, a bit like the Food and Music Festival today, but people bent on enjoying themselves, but also treating this as a big shopping spree. They would come to get all the shopping that they required for the next few months, and market days were occasions for great merriment, lots of social interaction, and I have to say they had a history, they had a scandalous reputation for degenerating into drunken brawls at the end of the day, when folk from surrounding villages and communities would battle each other, literally hand-to-hand battles all around the area, and there's quite a few stories of that. I would really love to see a time team or dig or some excavation in this area, because if you think about it, with people buying and selling things for 400 or 500 years in this spot, there must be an absolute treasure trove of stuff just under the turf we're standing on. This area has history that isn't all that far below our feet. And we're now going to move over to a corner over there which has a particular story to tell. It's called Ailsa, although before that it was known as the Smiddy. This is an area that would have been an absolute focus for the village. You can imagine the bustle and hustle of going on here, with farmers coming and going with their horses, bringing implements to repair, buying implements, the smith, the blacksmith and his team all working away, the fire roaring, people coming and standing around and gossiping and smoking and passing judgments on all the issues of the day. This would have been a meeting place for the men of the village, I suspect, would have gathered here just for the warmth of the fire, if nothing else, in winter time. So the smithy was a key place, and of course right on the market, on market days it would have been particularly busy. But not only was there a smithy here, but there was one just over there, and we're going to pan round to the village farm over there, and that corrugated iron roof over there is another very old building that has a story to tell. This is another smithy, not very far away from the last one, and it was probably run by the same family. There was a family of Bays. There was 5 generations of Bays, most of them Alexander Bay, who were blacksmiths, and one of the sons eventually took over this as a smithy. Not sure if the smithy was actually in this tin-roofed building or in the part of what is the village bar steading. But this end is certainly on the maps as a smithy, and smithies were an integral part of the whole economy. All the farmers from roundabout would have brought their horses for shoeing and their implements for repairing, as I said before. This is a very old building because it's way below the current street level. If you look at the doorway there, it's sunk down because in the years since it was in use, the road has been built up. But this is one of the oldest buildings in Tarland, and one of the things that I should have mentioned about the market stands that was a very important aspect of what it was used for was a feeing market. Twice a year farm servants would come into Tarland to make their contracts with farmers and other employers in the area that would bind them for their employment for the next 6 months. So feeing markets were very important social occasions, and they were part of the big fairs that took place on the market stands here. So people's livelihoods were also determined in this spot. We're now at the school, which was, it appears on maps going back a long way, and the present building was built, or it was started in 1894, and in 1894 this block here with the turret, the single turret, and the schoolhouse, they were built at that time, and they replaced a school that was on this site before that. In 1894 version of this building, there was actually a projecting building in front here, which was basically the cloakrooms for the pupils, and there would have been a boys' side and a girls' side, and the whole school was contained in that block. In 1914, by which time the village population was growing considerably, they had to add another block, and so they've made a very similar design, set back, and it too had cloakrooms jutting out the front. Then later still, in 1935, there was a major renovation, and they took away the cloakrooms here and built this extra block, again very, very similar style, and on the guttering you can actually see the date 1935. So that was three main events for actually constructing the school, and as it gradually expanded. And then after that, we're now into the 1950s, they built the school hall with its very distinctive copper roof, and the kitchens, and the staff room I think was added even later than that. So that's a fairly big extension in the 50s or 60s, somewhere thereabouts, we're not sure. We'll have to ask somebody that locally that knows, or the members even. But that school was the junior secondary school for this area, and it had something like up to, I think it was 166 pupils at one point. So big school, and an important part of the community. And when it was built, it was completely out of the village. All these houses round about didn't exist then, so if you wanted to come to school, you had to leave the village, come up the hill to the school, and then go home again afterwards. And round the back of the school there were garden plots, very clearly marked on the old maps, where the pupils were obviously introduced to gardening and growing things and learning about crops, etc. That site later became the site of the village recreation hall, but that's another story for another day.
Okay.
As well as a school being built up here, there was a bank built down there. We'll just have a wee look at the back of the bank. It was the Union Bank, and it was also a very important part of the village economy, because that's where all the money from the fairs and the markets all was banked in this building. So we're at the old Union, and the large building down here was originally a farm, and then in the early 1800s it was extended considerably and turned into a bank. It became the first bank in the village, very important part of the facilities for the village. And then in the back here, hidden in all the trees, there's actually a steading which is a listed building, and it has all the original internal fitments of the stable and all the facilities you need for feeding horses and cattle and things. That steading is still largely intact, I believe, and as I say, is a listed building. We're now going to go along to the end of School Road, back down into the village, and just have a look. Believe it or not, there is another school which has a history of its own, and we'll have a look at that one as well. This is a little detail that is very easily overlooked, but the wooden post that holds up the post box is actually the post that was originally for the village street lighting. There were about a dozen of these posts round the village. This is one of only two that remain, and paraffin lamps used to be hung from them and lit every night and pumped up, and there are people in the village who still remember doing that as kids, to go around and pump up the paraffin lights that lit the village before electricity came in the early 1950s. We're now going to go down to the other school that I mentioned already. This building is on the map as the female school, and its history is that it was constructed by the Countess of Aberdeen round about 1870 in memory of her husband, the Earl of Aberdeen, who had died just a year or two earlier. The original school that we looked at, that was built in 1894, was for boys and girls, but prior to that, if you were a girl, you'd have come here for your education, but you'd have had to pay for it, so it was a very different school from the other one. We're moving along the road just beyond this old female school to the church, St Molloig's Church, which also has a bit of history and reflects the development of the village in quite a few different ways. This is St Molloig's Church, which was built in 1869, and you might be surprised, it looks like a complete church, but originally the part with the steeple, this end here, wasn't part of the church. It was added 20 years later in 1889, and but it is worth noting that Tarland always has had a church. There are Vatican documents going back right to the 1100s which mention a church in Tarland, and it's mentioned in all the centuries thereafter. And that church would have been down where the old kirk is at the village square. The old kirk that we see today, the ruins of it, are from the 1700s, but way back before that there were kirks on that site, Roman Catholic churches originally, and this church here was built when the village was prospering. It was another sign of the village expanding and prospering and requiring new accommodation and a better church, and this is a statement of the village's grandeur. It's a huge church for the size of the village, and it's a very attractive one as well. So you can go to church here for your spiritual benefit, or if you're wanting more physical exercise, you can go straight across to the golf course on the other side of the road, and it too has a bit of history to tell us. Tarland is very proud of its golf course. It was designed by one of the most famous golf course designers of his age, old Tom Morris, and in 1908 it was opened as a 9-hole course, and it was the Earl of Aberdeen who had recently built what is now called the Lastrian House, was then the House of Cramar. He wanted a golf course and had this constructed to the very highest standards. It was then open to the community and a golf club was formed sometime after 1908. But if you go along the golf course, along the higher parts of the course, there is evidence of history going much further back than that. There are rig and furrow traces on the higher parts of the fairway towards the Lastrian House, where you can see the big ridges and hollows where they used to plough using 12 oxen ploughs, huge ploughs, and you can even see some of the curved shapes at the end of the rigs where they turned the oxen. Turning a big team of oxen was quite a big task to do and requires space, but you can see all of that as you're playing golf on the Tarland golf course, which takes you neatly into the full circle of Tarland's history. This golf course is the final stop on this part of the tour, this year's tour. There are lots of other places in Tarland of interest, but it's interesting that the golf course itself has evidence of history going way back before we played golf and had leisure time to do that. The people used to grow their crops to feed themselves on the land that is now the Tarland golf course, and if you go out golfing, your ball bounces up and down on these old rigs and furrows, reminding us of Tarland's very distant past. Thank you for joining us on this virtual tour of part of Tarland's history. There's lots more to see and lots more to look at. We can do it again some other time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much to Peter Craig of the Cramar History Group there for an absolutely wonderful virtual history group walk. I've lived in Tarland for a few years now, and things that I've walked past every day that I had no idea about the history. So I'm hoping that our locals who are watching will want to delve further into the local history, and indeed it might inspire some of you from further afield to come and visit us in Tarland as well. I mentioned the fantastic website that the Cramar History Group have. They have got a brilliant online archive, so please go and check them out. It's www.cramarhistorygroup.org.uk, and they are very active in the community with, in normal times, talks and excursions, but they publish a lot as well, and I'm really indebted to Peter Craig there for providing that video and Kathy for filming. Thank you so much both. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, coming up next at 12 o'clock, we have got a fiddle workshop with Paul Anderson, and Paul is going to do this live. He has already posted the music for the tunes that he's going to work on. They are Ian Murray's Awa to Balach Bui, the Brigha Fuch, and the Reel, of course, by Peter Milne, who was the Tarland minstrel, of course. So if you would like to join in with Paul at 12 o'clock, there still is time to go and have a quick look at that music if you fancy it. Grab your fiddles, get tuned up, and of course if you're not a musician, you are more than welcome to join us at 12 o'clock and sit and listen to Paul's wonderful workshop. I've seen him in action and he really is a wealth of knowledge. He will talk about the decisions that he makes when he looks at a tune, how he plays it and why he plays it that way. So it really will be very, very interesting. So at 2 o'clock, we are having a wee break for lunch at 1 o'clock, but at 2 o'clock we will be joined by Shirley Fuchs, who is going to show us how to make that wonderful Scottish staple, the clootie dumpling. Shirley's recipe is up online already for those of you who want to try this out at home. And of course, the videos will be going out to our YouTube channel later on as well. So if you want to cook along with Shirley, you can rewind, have your recipe and your ingredients ready, and Shirley will talk you through it. At 3 o'clock, we have got the chair art auction. Cheer Art is a wonderful event that we really enjoy having as part of the Tarland Food and Music Festival. It's going to be a wee bit different this year because, of course, we are doing it online and not in person. So we're hoping that it all goes very smoothly at 3 o'clock for the live auction. I'm going to be joined by David Curry and Gillian Needham of Cheer Art to help raise funds for two brilliant charities, the Forget Me Not Club and Books Abroad, which are based in Bankery and Riney, respectively. And then at 4 o'clock, we will be joined by our friends from Stanardsville, Virginia, America. And we'll be having a live discussion over Zoom, which will be broadcast to our Facebook feed here. And we'll be talking about the possibility of twinning Tarland and Stanardsville. They share a lot of commonalities. Indeed, they are nestled in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, not unlike ourselves here in Tarland at the edge of the Cairngorms National Park. And we'll be joined by Mayor of Stanardsville, Gary Lowe, amongst others, and Simon Welfare from the Camar Community Council will be joining us as well. And then at 5 o'clock, we will be finishing off our festival weekend with a special rendition of the Tarland poem When Tykes Were Bold by Hamish Common. And we've asked the folks of Tarland and surrounds to record a few lines each, and we will be showing that clip just after 5 o'clock. Now, we also have, you've just got time to enter Tufty Owl's scavenger hunt. You've got just over half an hour to get your entries into Tufty Owl. And if you head to our Facebook page and click on the events tab, you'll see the instructions there for the at-home scavenger hunt. So kids, get on that. There's fantastic prizes to be won, and Tufty Owl will be letting me know who has won the scavenger hunt very shortly, so listen out for that. We've also got a kids fancy dress online competition this year. We've had a few entries for that, so we will be announcing the winner just after 5 o'clock, before that final poem When Tykes Were Bold. So we will leave you for a half an hour now, so go and grab your bacon rolls, your cup of coffee, and get settled back here for 12 o'clock, and we will be joined by Paul Anderson for his live fiddle workshop. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our Tarland Food and Music Festival Sundays events. I am Shona Donaldson, and I'm the festival coordinator and your host for today. We've had some great events over the weekend so far, and I've got a couple of things to remind you of very quickly. Our virtual farmers market is still open for business, so if you head to our Facebook page and click on the photo albums, you will see our virtual market there, and you can browse for the whole weekend and see some wonderful products and buy direct from the producers. So go and check that out. And also we have a GoFundMe campaign open to help us cover the costs of this year's festival and to help make next year's festival bigger and better than ever. So you can find that link again on our Facebook page if you scroll down and find the GoFundMe link. And you can also pop in GoFundMe Tarland Food and Music Festival into a search bar on the internet, and it should pop right up. Okay, so on with the show. We are very excited to have our next guest with us. Those of you who caught Paul Anderson's set last night will already know what an accomplished musician he is. We are so thankful that he has agreed to hold a live workshop for us. So let's go over to Paul now.
Hello. Well, I was going to say good morning, good afternoon. I think it should be there now, so we'll just crack on. Yeah, well, it's going to be a virtual workshop, which I've been doing on a weekly basis, actually every Wednesday for 7 p.m. And it seems to work quite well. The trouble is I can't hear anybody playing back, so I get no sense of who's there really or how they're sounding. So I just have to hope that folk are able to play along. So this is going to be pretty much the same sort of thing. So I'll try my best. If you've any questions, please send them in, and I'll certainly respond to them once I've finished, because I can't really do it as we're going along. But we'll get back to them and address any issues. I'll be taking my time because it's a workshop, and I've plumped for some local tunes. So a couple of them are actually by Peter Mill, Peter Milne was known as the Tarland Minstrel. He was a very accomplished player. He'd be certainly regarded as one of the great Scottish fiddle composers, but maybe nae as well known or admired as folk like James Scott Skinner, Neil Gow, William Marshall, folk like that. And he certainly, although he didn't write too many tunes, what he did write were pretty good. They were pretty good. Well, I think so, and certainly some of his tunes, a handful of them are probably the type of tunes that should be in anybody's or a Scottish musician's repertoire. In particular, his reel, John McNeill, is known all over the world, and it's been copied, but never bettered. So there you go. Now I'm going to be working out of this book, folks, just to let you see. That is the Elphinstone collection, and that's published by Tynitude? Is that pronounced right? Anyway, it's in there, and that's got all of Peter Milne's compositions as well as tunes by other Northeast composers. It's not a definitive collection, but it's got stuff in it published that's never been published before. But in the process of that, discovered that there's quite a few unpublished Peter Milne tunes. I think it was about 18. There's about half of that were previously published, and I thought, well, we should bring them all together in one place. So that's what we did. So we're going to work on some Peter Milne tunes for a start. A couple of reels. I thought it saves us getting bogged down with Strathspey, Bowen and things like that. And I thought it'd be just nice to learn a couple of good tunes. The first one I'm going to work on is called The Reel o' Course. Now, Course it's a district, really. There's no a village at Course. It would be about halfway between Tarland and Afford, here in Aberdeenshire, and it's a lovely area. There's a ruined castle, Course Castle, and they've got an excellent sheepskin tannery there. It's well renowned in the area. So it's a nice rural bit of Aberdeenshire, just fairly typical of this part of the world. And this is just a lovely tune. So it is kent by some folk, but nae widely. But I think it's a great tune, so I thought we'd start with this. So I'm going to play it through for a start, nae slowly, but steady, and hopefully you'll get a sense of it, how it sounds, and then we'll go back and work through it slow and steady and see how we get on. Okay, so this is The Reel o' Course by Peter Milne. There you go. So I hope you agree. It's a fantastic bit of music. The Reel o' Course. I'll take it down to a very slow tempo, and hopefully we'll go through it enough. I'll take my time that just about anybody should hopefully, if they can play on any instrument really, apart from the pipes. I don't think it fits into the pipe register, but kind of whether it's a whistle, a flute, an accordion, a banjo, hopefully you can play along if you'd like. I posted the music yesterday, so it's on the Tarland Food and Music Festival Facebook page, and it's on my Ian Facebook page. I posted it last night. So we'll take it slow and steady. There are a couple of little things that are fairly tricky actually, and we'll address them in a minute, but I want to just get playing through the tune. So let's take it really nice and slow. It's a good tune for working with crossing strings, because it just about crosses through every single bar of this. Okay, after 3. 1, 2, 3. third again. So there you go, a couple of times through that. Let us know how you're getting on if you are playing along. I have no idea if anybody's out there, but we'll try, we'll try and keep Abby as happy as I can. There's a few little things just to watch. When we just look at a couple of points. The second bar of the tune has a natural in it. It's a tune that's in D, which is fairly accessible for most players. It's as straightforward a key for fiddle as you could get, really. A and D are fairly comfy for most folk. But the C sharp becomes a C natural in the second bar. So make sure that your second finger, 1, 2, 3, 4, your second finger is pulled back close to the first. So it should be there, usually. It becomes. So the second is right close to your first in that bar. I mean, some of you might be thinking, oh, that's pretty obvious. Well, maybe it's not, but anyway, special attention to that because it's important to be in tune. That's a musical truth, regardless of style or idiom. So for that, it goes. Okay, so that's the first thing to watch out for. And as a result, your second finger, it's going to be moving about a fair bit. It's staying in the same place every time. In the first bar, the second finger is I don't mean stretched necessarily, but it's close to the third. And in the second bar, it's close to the first. So that second finger is kind of floating about a wee bit. So just be careful with that. The other thing that, I mean, there's some crossing strings, but if you look at the second bar of the second line, and indeed the third line as well, you're going to have to play a third to a third. So in my case, what I do is plant my finger on both the A string and the E string, because I've got fine big farmer's fingers. So I can do that, but it's maybe a little harder for you if you're a kind of younger player or kind of you're a lady and you've got littler hands. Covering the string with one finger, two strings with one finger is maybe not as easy as I would probably consider it, but that's the best thing. And then kind of you plant it there and then kind of roll it across. It means you're not in this awkward kind of jump this one string to the other with one finger. So that stands some practice. Next bar again. So just make sure that the two notes are in tune together. So that's another tricky little thing. So I mean, even this tune, which at first look, it does not look really too complicated, has certain issues that can trip folk up. So like anything else, slow it down. I mean, we played it pretty slow there for a start, but take it very, very slowly. I mean, I'm not asking you to do anything that I didn't do myself and have always done. New stuff, take your time, learn it thoroughly, go over it. Then it'd be fair to stop and just go over a bit that's tripping you up, because I mean that's exactly what I do, and I encourage my pupils to. You've really got to listen to your own playing. If something's not right, stop and go over it until it gets better. And this might take a few days, but hopefully perseverance and repetition means that you overcome these hurdles. So, so just go over things thoroughly, and you do have to listen. I have been surprised sometimes when I've asked pupils, what did you think of what you just played? And if you get the answer, oh, I don't know, you kind of may really listen. So, I mean, it sounds obvious, but actually it's not as easy as you think. You've got to really listen to your own playing to pick up on any wee mistakes, because if you didn't hear it, you're not going to address it. Okay, so it just seems a simple thing, but it is quite important. Now, the next thing, there is a fairly nasty jump here in the third bar of the tune. I would say it's probably the trickiest bit of the whole thing to get, because you're jumping for the D string right across the A to the E string, and you're going for a second finger to a second. Now, in this case, you kind of roll your finger across. You have to move it quite swiftly, and that is quite awkward. So, again, practice. That jump. And again, the second's up close to the third on the D string, but when you go to the E string, it's pulled back close to the first. So that is, I think I'm going to stick my neck out and say that is probably the hardest bit of the whole tune. So definitely worth working on. Tricky. Okay, so watch these bits, take your time and go over them thoroughly. The other thing I'd just like to sort of suggest is, if you are a fiddle player, try to use as much bow as you can when you're playing these things slowly. I mean, if you're playing at full speed, you're not going to use a bow. That's just not feasible, really. You could use a bit more than you maybe would like, but it's good for working on your bowing, because the fiddle, the bow is on the strings all the time, unless you're playing pizzicato. And the quality of the bowing is really key to the quality of the sound you're going to get. So I've done this since I was quite young. When I'm practicing, that I make the effort to use plenty of bow, because the more you do that, the more it becomes part of your playing. It becomes second nature. It's just, you don't even think about it, you just use plenty of bow. Now, I don't use loads of bow when I'm playing a reel necessarily, but actually, when I'm playing it slowly, if you were paying attention, you'll have probably noticed that every single note was practically a whole bow. And this just gives you a bigger tone, rather than... Speed, it would be a bit more like this. With the slurs, getting the whole thing. Okay, so there's another cross for the G to the A there. It's a third finger to a first, so that's considerably easier than the next bar when you're going to a second. To a second. So let's go through the tune again. I think I've covered all the little bits I'd like you to pay attention to, and I mean, obviously you can practice this in your own time, but let's go back to the beginning, and I'm going to just play it in a loop now. Start slow, the tempo that I just played it at, and then second time I'm going to pick it up a bit. Third time I'll pick it up again, and hopefully by the time we're at the fourth time, it'll be something like dancing tempo. And I don't mean hell for leather, fan your arse sort of speed. I'm thinking mere Scottish country dancing, elegant, stately, lovely to look at. Okay, 2, 3. pick it up a wee bit? Okay. Let's go then. Last time. Nice, good, strong chord at the end. So let us get how you're getting on with that. We might have had a few folk dropping out by the time we got to the last time, but it definitely, when you pick up the speed, the tricky aspects begin to mark their presence felt. There's no question about that. But I do think it's a great tune. The last thing I want to speak about this before we leave this tune is and actually going in the next reel, the Brig of Fuch, is trying to get a bit of lift into this now. When you're playing it slowly, it's very much as written. You can these quavers are pretty much exactly the same length. But when you pick it up, there's a bit of a snap goes into it that gives the music a little bit of lift, or a lot of lift. So as an example, that's pretty much as is written, but this is more how it's played. Now I'm going to probably overdo it a bit just to emphasize the point. That is far too heavily accented for reality, but that's more what's actually going on. You get this snap coming for your wrist. Okay, so a supple wrist is definitely a helpful thing for traditional music. It doesn't need to be supple all the time, but certainly things like snaps and strathspeys and triplets and jigs, a lot of that it's coming for your wrist. And so this slight snappiness that you get into the reel, it's coming for the wrist. And you just have to be careful, because I've certainly found when I'm teaching my pupils that if you tell them about this, almost invariably they'll overdo it. which of course you can tone it back a wee bit. But it is something that is in reels, but it's often something it's kind of picked up by osmosis. You're picked up by playing with other folk rather than being turned about it, and it's certainly never notated in the music. And it's one of these things that you find, kind of, you've got often an excellent classical musician who is looking for a little bit will help on how to play traditional music. It's one of the things that they struggle with for a wee while because it's not notated on the page, because they will tend to play things as they're written. But there's so much of the character of Scottish music that is not written on the page. It's quite a thing to get out of, because it's a purely instinctive thing. I mean, I didn't think about playing it like that. I didn't sort of sit and go, well, I think I should put some snap into that. It just comes out. It's such a part of your playing that you don't really think about it. So be careful you don't overdo it. But we'll play this again, steady tempo, twice through, and then we're going to move on to the Brigga Fuch. 2, 3. So we'll leave that. That is the real Of Course, which I think you'll agree is a very, very fine tune. So we're working for this book, the Elphinstone Collection, and suitably for this weekend, it's got a picture of the How of Cremar. So if you're looking for what does course actually look like, well, it's neon like that. Bit different. That's the Tamnaviri Steen Circle, just it sits above Tarland, really, one of the notable landmarks. So that's pretty much what we're looking at. So that's the Tiny Chute. I think Shona actually did hire Gaelic when she was at Plockton, so she might want to confirm the pronunciation of that once I'm finished, but it's certainly something like that. I think is it Harp String House is the English translation. Tiny Chute. Shona, I'll let you address that later while I dodge the bullet. I'm not a Gaelic speaker, you see. So anyway, let's move on. Well, I can play this without the music, but I think it's helpful if I'm playing the same as everybody else is playing. And we're going to go for a tune called the Brigga Fuch. Now, the biggest problem for some folk, if you didn't come from the area, is saying Fuch. It's got a at the end, like Loch, Fuch. And the River Fuch, it's very picturesque. Comes up through the Forest of Birse, up through Fingen, past Strawn, and it goes into the River Dee in Banchory, just opposite the Banchory Lodge Hotel. And it's very picturesque. And this bridge in particular, I can't think of music, that's the trouble. This bridge in particular is famous for watching salmon run. There's kind of rapids there. There's it's not a proper waterfall, but it is fairly wild water. And it's traditionally been a very, very popular place for folk to go. And here we go. For folk to go and watch salmon run. And there's a nice tea room there. And yeah, so it's been popular. And I think that's best illustrated by the fact that there are 3 very fine tunes that I ken by 3 different folk that are called the Brigga Fuch. There's one of my favourite pipe marches for the Gordon Highlanders collection number 1. There's 2 of them. The Brigga Fuch pipe march, which goes a bit like this. Which is a great tune. It's not as well kent as things like Donald MacLean's Farewell to Oban or John McMillan a Barra, but I think it's a fantastic pipe march. So it's a great favourite of mine. There's also a tune by James Scott Skinner, which I trying to find it before I came on. I played it a few weeks ago and I couldn't find it, but take my word for it, it's a fine Strathspey, I think it was, by James Scott Skinner. And this is by Peter Milne. So what I think we're going to do today is just work on the Brig of Fuch and no worry about Ian Murray's I Want to Ball Like a Buoy. I think the time will here run out by that time, by the time we get through this tune. But I think there's ample way a couple of really fine Peter Milne tunes. So much of it I mentioned in the last tune, The Reel of Course, also applies to this tune. They're in the same key, so again, quite accessible. I didn't want to make this too tricky. I wanted to make it demanding enough without it meaning that some players wouldn't maybe manage the tune. So what I'll do is, once again, I'm going to play it through for you at tempo, and then we'll come back to it and play it slowly. There's the same sort of thing with crossing strings going on here, but I think in a lot of ways it's probably easier than the last tune. There are crossing to thirds and a bit of it, but we'll come to that later. Well, let's have a go at the tune. So nice, steady bit tempo. So, yeah, there's also first fingers crossing to first fingers, and same as what I mentioned earlier, if you can, plant your finger on the two strings, and just, if you have to, I mean, I didn't really have to move the weight too much, but depending on the size of your fingers, some folk might need to roll their finger more than others, like this. As you can probably see, I didn't need to shift the weight at all, but if you've littler fingers, you probably will need to sort of roll the hand a little bit. But it's definitely better than doing this if you have to, because it makes it trickier to play. It's less slick, for want of a better description. So that bar, I've got my first finger on the D string the whole time. So that once it's on, it stays on. So the third finger is moving on and off, but the first stays rooted to this spot. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning, nice and steady, and again we'll come to only little bits and pieces that occur to me once we've been through it. So we'll play it through a few times, nice and slow and steady. Again, if you've any questions, any queries, anything you want to say, fire it in a comment and we'll get back to you later. Yeah, if there's anything to say. If anybody says anything, I have no idea. I saw a thing saying there was 22 folk watching, so actually for a workshop that's not too bad. I mean, that would be a good size, decent sized group if we were on the room at the same time, and I'd certainly say that is far more preferable, but this is not too bad as a compromise. Right, the Brig of Fuch, nice and slow. just a few little things to maybe mention. Certainly by the last line of the tune, there's quite a few fourth fingers there. Over the years, that's probably one of the things that's come up in playing with my pupils, is tuning of third and fourth fingers. By and large, tend to be a wee bit flat if they're going to be out, and that's for the tuning. Can trip folk up a little bit. You just have to stretch. There's no shortcuts, I'm afraid. It's just a matter of stretching the hand a little bit further. I will say that's one of the reasons that you play with a straight wrist like this. I'm trying to figure out the best way for you to see it right. So like that, as opposed to that, kind of you let the fiddle into the palm of your hand. That's one of the main technical reasons for playing like this, is actually the amount of reach that you need. And I have heard some folks it's almost like if you play with a sort of fairly typical classical technique for holding an instrument, that somehow lessens you as a traditional musician. You're not really a folk musician. I mean, that's nonsense, really. It's just about trying to get the best out of the instrument. Keep your wrist straight and you will get far more reach for playing your fourth fingers, and so tuning becomes less of an issue. I mean, it's not fatal. I mean, no, it's fatal, but you can. I mean, it doesn't need to be totally disastrous for you as a player. I mean, Stefan Grappelli, when he played in first position, his hand was like that, and Ali Bain actually, his hand's quite like that. So you can. There's players out there that they're good enough that they can overcome these sort of things. They find out why it works for them. But for most folk, if you keep your wrists straight, you'll be able to reach these fourths a wee bit easier. And the other thing is, now that we've really touched on this too much or at all, is if you're playing unisons, especially in strathspeys, and it's a key part of the tradition to get the character, kind of you're playing rather than your wrist needs to be straight, because that fourth finger needs to be right on top of the string. If it's dragging across, you'll be dampening the open string above, and it won't sound properly. So if you kind of do that, you're losing a whole part of the character of the music that really should be there if you want it to sound authentic. So that's another sound reason why that is definitely, by and large, the best way to keep your wrist straight, and you'll get better reach. First line of the tune, I also use four fingers. It keeps it on the same string, saves you need to cross. So here. Okay, so I mean, obviously in this key you can choose not to, but I find the fourth finger is a really useful tool. Sometimes it makes the bowing a lot easier. John McNeill, actually, the tune by Peter Mill, is a good example, because if you do use a fourth finger, it makes it just about not impossible, but you're making it really difficult for yourself. I'm maybe over-egging it a little bit to demonstrate, but actually it's pretty much what it's like. You're marking the bowing really awkward for yourself because you haven't used a fourth. The fourth, it can mark things a lot easier bowing wise. So let's go back to the tune. I do use fourths in the first line for that reason, and it's not because I've had a conscious decision I must use a fourth. That's pretty much what I've instinctively opted for. So like this. Okay, so if you're going to be doing that, you need to be fairly confident in your fourth finger. And it's one of these things, again, there's no shortcuts. It's just practicing that fourth finger and using it. And the more you use it, hopefully the less of a chore it becomes. I do ken some folk who would avoid playing flat keys because, the positioning's different and it's a bit more uncomfortable and you have to use four fingers. And it's a great shame if you just miss out the whole repertoire just because it's trickier to play. So working on the fourth finger regularly and using it will make it less of a onerous task. So I think what we're going to do now is, like the last tune, play it through slow, We'll play it through 4 times, picking a tempo up each time, and I think that will probably be a good enough time to wind up the workshop. There's so much things you could cover, but for a quick go over a couple of Peter Milne tunes, the Tarland Minstrel, I think it's not a bad insight into the thing. So if you've been there and you've been listening, I hope you've enjoyed it. Right, so to the beginning. 4 fingers, please. 1, 2, 3. 4. 4. 3. Pick it up. There you go. So again, trying to get a wee bit of a lift into the slight snap of the wrist gives the music much more bounce to it. So yeah, I think that's probably enough for today. I mean, I do teach online. I've had pupils from Canada and the USA. So if anybody's interested, we can arrange something for you, I'm sure. But yeah, give me a shout online. If you've any comments or questions, fire them to the festival website. And I'll be back on Wednesday, live for the lounge, doing a workshop on Wednesday night, 7 p.m. UK time. So thanks very much, folk. Be sure to try and look in for some of the rest of the festival, because there's some great stuff coming along. And we'll see you later.
Sorry about that, folks. We had a slight technical issue behind the scenes there. I had to come out of the programme we are using and log myself back in. But what a fantastic workshop from Paul Anderson. We have had a few folk wondering, Paul, are you still there? Are you with us? You're still there. Could you possibly come back on and just play Ian Murray's Awata Balach Bui for us, just so folk can listen to hear what it would sound like? Is that?
Am I there? Can you see me? Can you hear me okay? Okay. Right, it's a Smith space, so there's nothing really overly tricky about it. As I sometimes do, as I get kind of tune, I will change bits, and this is one that I have changed when I'm playing it. The last 3 notes at each line I pretty much have changed, so it goes for to. So you take one of the notes out and shift the volume a wee bit. So I'm going to play it that way. We'll take it steady for you. I would probably play it a little quicker in reality. We double stop there. Open E. And again, the last 2 notes are the first finger rather than the open A. Is actually how I'm playing it these days. But I wrote it so I can please myself. So there's updriven bows in there. They give a very distinctly and peculiar Scottish feel to that. They add lift and drive. Otherwise, there's no point in playing them because you're making it difficult with the bowing needlessly. And pull out your long notes, keep the short notes short. Lots of snapping and snap bowings. That is tricky because you're missing the A string. You're going for the. But just like any other snap bow, just because it's tricky doesn't mean it shouldn't be played well. So you just have to practice it till it's sounding snappy and played with fire and lots of gun. So there you go. How's that?
Perfect. Thank you so much, Paul, for playing that last tune, although we didn't get round to it in your workshop. I've also put a link in the comments so you can go to YouTube and hear Paul playing Ian Murray's Awa to Balach Bui. So thank you once again to Paul Anderson. If you have enjoyed his workshop and indeed his playing over the whole weekend, you can find out more about Paul on his Facebook page. His website is www.paulandersonscottishfiddler.com. And also, if you have enjoyed today's workshop, feel free to pop a wee something into Paul's tip jar. That is www.paypal.me/Paul Anderson Shona Dawn. And Paul's been up to some brilliant stuff during lockdown, so I would recommend you go and have a wee look at his Facebook page. He's been posting hundreds of tunes, and I'm not exaggerating, hundreds of tunes. So thanks again to Paul for that. Now we are going to have a wee lunch break now from now till 2 o'clock when we kick things off again. But I've got a few more things that I want to remind you of. We have a GoFundMe campaign which is open now, and that is just to help us cover costs for this year's festival and to make sure that we come back better than ever for next year's festival. The online virtual farmers market is still open for business. So you can head to our Facebook page, that's facebook.com/Tarland Food Music Fest. And if you click on the photo albums, you will see the album for the virtual market. And you can browse in your own time and see some fantastic produce and products from our local folk who are selling there in our virtual market. And you can get in touch with them directly to buy. We also have some recipes up on both our website and on our Facebook page. We are very lucky to have had 4 fantastic recipes donated to us by the Aberdeen Arms in Tarland. We have also got from the Commercial Hotel in Tarland, Angie's Cafe in Tarland, and the Patarch Cafe and Restaurant. And when we come back at 2 o'clock, we will have a brilliant workshop from Shirley Folks, who is going to teach us how to make a clootie dumpling. And Shirley's recipe is also up there with the recipes from the restaurant. So you have no excuse. You can, of course, catch up again online with us. Once we finish today's feed, you will be able to watch it back in your own time again on our Facebook page, and we'll also be uploading the whole festival to our YouTube channel, but that won't be until later on in the week. So what's coming up this afternoon? As I mentioned, we've got Shirley Fuchs at 2 o'clock with her Clootie Dumpling workshop. At 3 o'clock, we have got the chair art auction, and I will be joined live by Gillian Needham and David Curry of the Chair Art Project, and we are hoping to raise lots and lots of money for two brilliant local charities, Books Abroad, which is based in Riney, and also the Forget Me Not Club in Bankery, which is a dementia group. So go and grab a bite to eat, make a cup of coffee, and we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock, ready and raring to go with Shirley Fuchs. Good afternoon and welcome to Sunday's Tarland Food and Music Festival. If you are just joining us, you are very welcome. My name is Shona Donaldson and I am the Festival Coordinator for the Tarland Food and Music Festival. We have had a really action-packed weekend. There has been so much going on over the weekend, and we are now into our final few hours of our special online festival. A few highlights just to mention: we kicked off Friday night with Iona Fife giving us a specially recorded set, and then we had a brilliant pub quiz with Sean Ritchie. Saturday saw us have a great farming discussion. We had three young local folk, Jenna Ross, Gavin Robertson and Megan Albin, all from the area, taking part in that farming discussion chaired by Eddie Galanders, and the subject was sustainable farming post-COVID. That was really, really interesting. We've had videos from the community garden. We have had a foraging workshop from Natasha Lloyd, who joined me live afterwards for a question and answer session. We also had the fabulous play-along session last night with Paul Anderson and Alistair McDougall. And last night's Saturday night concert was a big hit. We had the brilliant Steve Garrett and a great set from Paul Anderson and Brian McAlpin. So it really has been action-packed. And you can catch up on all of this in your own time as well. We are going to be posting the whole festival to our YouTube channel later on in the week. And of course, you can catch it in our Facebook page as well after the festival has finished. So you can go back and rewind and pause and cook along and play along with all the brilliant events that we have had. Our farmers market is still open for business and will be for a while yet. If you head to our Facebook page and click on the Photos tab, that will take you to a special photo album of this year's virtual farmers market, and you can browse that farmers market in your own time and get in touch directly with the producers to buy from them. Dare I mention the C word? We also have a brilliant video from Lead McCoy Turkeys, who are taking orders for Christmas already. So have a browse on our virtual farmers market and make a head start on your Christmas shopping. We also have a GoFundMe campaign, which is open now. We would appreciate anything that you feel you could contribute to our GoFundMe campaign. We are campaigning to just cover the costs of the festival this year, and anything extra will be put into the pot for next year to make sure we come back even bigger and better than ever. So I am really excited about this next workshop. Shirley Fuchs is a natural in front of the camera, and in this next workshop she has invited us into her own kitchen and she's going to show us how to make a clootie dumpling. Shirley's recipe is up on our Facebook page and also on the tarland.org.uk website as well, so you can head along there and download her recipe. So for now, I will hand over to the North East's very own Nigella Lawson, Shirley Fuchs.
Hello folks, welcome to my kitchen. I'm Shirley Fuchs and I'm going to attempt to master this technology and show you how to make a clootie dumpling, which is a boiled fruit pudding, boiled in a cloth, a cloot, which is where it gets its name. And it's very much a traditional staple around the whole of Scotland. Here in the North East, folk tend to have a clootie dumpling for their birthday rather than a cake. But everybody has their own clootie dumpling recipes. The one that I'm using today is Anne Reid, my late sister Anne's recipe, written in her own hand. I still have it, and you'll notice she's there in the picture at the background, just keeping an eye on me to see that I get this right. So you start, your basic recipe is flour, breadcrumbs, sugar, suet. You can use vegetarian suet if you want, and salt and spices. I use an apple, treacle syrup, some eggs and milk to bind. And so here goes, we'll get it together. So in my bowl I've got 2 cups of plain flour. If you can get it just now, you'll be doing well. A cup of breadcrumbs. Best to have your breadcrumbs a wee bitty stale. They'll grate you can grate them, or I do them in the blender, but whatever. But best if they're a wee bitty stale. So they'll go in there. A cup of suet. As I say, can be vegetarian if you prefer. Some people use march just, but Anne's recipe always used suet, so I shall use the suet. There's your cup of suet going in, and I have 3/4 a cup of sugar. And everything just gets thrown in and mixed. So, and then you come to your fruit. A cup of sultanas. It's a cup of each of these things. A cup of raisins. And a cup of currants. Bag, I can get the thing in. Okay, so that's all the fruit in, and I have on this wee plate here I have a pinch of salt. I have half a teaspoon of ground cloves, a whole teaspoon of ginger and cinnamon, and a teaspoon of bicarbonate of soda. So that will all go in there. Pinch of salt. I've got a grated apple here, which I grated earlier, and I've stuck some lemon juice in it, but that won't affect the flavour. Just any kind of apple, a cooker, a kneader, whatever you've got. Don't need to peel it, just grate it, and it goes. And then a tablespoon of syrup. I've got golden syrup here. A squeezy bottle, which is much easier than taking it out to the tin. Well, it would be if I could open it. That's it. So you need a tablespoon of that. Never comes out. And a tablespoon of treacle, black treacle. Lovely stuff. And then that'll go. I have, you may hear hottering away on the stove. The equipment you'll need is your cloth, as I've said, and a pan of water, which you boil your dumpling in. Okay. So that's everything in. So, and then I've got 2 eggs, which are just slightly beaten. In they go. And that's your lot, except maybe some milk. We'll see how the consistency goes. So, there you've got your ingredients. Your hands are actually the best thing to mix this, but I'll use a spoon since I'm being nice. But really your hands, get your hands in and get a good kern. A cairn means a good mix for those who are new from my part of the world. So those are your ingredients, and fairly well mixed up. As I say, your hands are the better job because it gets it mixed through. See that your flour's well mixed in. You really don't want dry bits of flour which will show up white. Need mussels for this job. And that's about it. And I shall scrape that off with my trusty spoonula gadget that I wouldn't be without. And then I've got milk. So you're just going to add milk until you've kind of got a soft drop-in kind of consistency. Don't want it to be too wet, but it needs to be. Just add your milk a wee bit at a time. If you add too, you can add more. If you add too much, you've had it. Now I'm going to turn on a kettle, so you'll get a bit of kettle noise for a second. For the cloth. And a bit of more milk yet. I've still got some dry flour in the bottom of this bowl, so that's, as I say, what you don't want. It's coming now. Maybe a wee ticky more milk. Some people my dumpling guru would make a dumpling about this size, so she would make it in one of these huge cauldron pots. But this is a fair enough size of a dumpling. You can increase the recipe as much as you like, if you like dumpling. Most folk do. Now that's looking pretty, it's not just dropping off my spoon yet, so maybe a ticky more milk just to, but that's looking pretty good for consistency. I say you need mussels for this job. Okay. There's your mix, all mixed up and looking awful fine. And smelling, I can tell you, gorgeous. Smell even better. Okay, so that's the mixture made. I'll just clear my feet a wee bit, clear my hands so that I have, because you need a bit of space for this bit. Because then the clute is going to come into action. Now, any cloth will do, but really you need I use a cloth which is smooth, because you really don't want one of these webby kind of material cloths which will leave a pattern on your dumpling. These cloths were, I got engaged in 1976, I think, and these kind of things were all the rage then, these twee kids. It was probably the most useless present I've ever been given if you want to use it to dry dishes, because it wouldn't dry a thing. But it's probably the most used present I've ever had, because it's brilliant for layering your scones on to cool, and brilliant for a clootie dumpling. I have 3 of them, and brilliant for if you're damping down fine knitting, because it doesn't leave any marks. So all the things that I use my useless cloth for. So my kettle is boiled, and this is this is the crucial bit. You've got to scald your cloth first. Need asbestos hands for this one. So your cloth needs to be scalded. Just use a spoon to fish it out, because my hands are near that asbestos. And get the excess moisture off it. Lay it out on your table, flat. And then this is what forms, and this is the hit or miss bit where. Sorry about that, I lost you for a minute, folks. Right, I've got my cloth, I've scalded it and wrung out the worst of the water out of it. And then the essential bit, and the bit that's quite difficult with a clouty dumpling, is to get the skin. You want a skin round your dumpling, but not too thick a skin. So I'm using a flour shaker. Just cover your cloth in flour. You can pour it on if you like, but this is fine. It's kind of essential to get it even. And the best one that I find to do this is you can put on too much if you like, because you want the whole, the cloth that's going to be in touch with the dumpling well covered. Oh, my pot's beginning to hotter a bit. So that's my cloth. Now I've got quite a lot of flour on there, and I'm going to disappear for a while, because what I usually do is take it outside, get a shake around, get rid of the excess. Here we go. There's me back. My cloth has been kind of shaken off, so it's got an even coating, but not too thick. If you get it too thick, it'll go kind of gloopy. And then onto the cloth goes your mixture. Just drop it on. It smells absolutely gorgeous. It will taste gorgeous, I'm sure. I'll just scoop off the rest of this. It's a wonderful gadget because it really cleans a bowl, and I heard somebody recently nickname it a bairn's fun spoiler, because you get so much out of the bowl that there's nothing much left for the bairns to lick. But there you've got your dumpling mix. Quite a moist mix. Might be a bit too wet, but we'll see. Okay, so there you've got it, and you want to drop the sides of your cloth, gather up all your cloth together, and you need to leave room for your dumpling to swell, otherwise it'll burst out. And make sure you gather all the edges. If you've got a square cloth, it's actually better, because you want a fine round shape, something that kind of, you want your dumpling to come out looking like a fine round dumpling. Next you need a bit of string, which I have here, a bit of string, and tie it round. Again, as I say, leaving some space for your dumpling to swell. I have a running knot in it, a slip knot in this, so that should. No, some of my corners escaping, so it's no use. Otherwise you'll find your dumpling all through the pot. Okay, it's essential you get this bit right, or you'll end up with a disaster on your hands. And this is going to take about 4 hours to boil. So I will come back to you once it's boiled. And okay, just about got it in, of one corner escaping. So for a second a pair of hands comes in useful, but I've only one pair, so okay. So that's your dumpling, wheel tied up. It's got space at the top to expand. I think I'm going to have problems here because I think I might have just put a droppy too much milk in, but we'll see. We'll see. And then it's going to go into the pot. Now I've got my pot prepared. Kettle's just boiled, so I'll top it up. You'll need a big pot big enough to take your dumpling. And I've got in the bottom of this pot a plate, which is a handy thing just in case, you know, it stops your dumpling sticking to the bottom of the pot, if you, just in case it might be tempted so to do. And so you need your water well up the pot, and you need to keep it, as I say, it's got to boil for 4 hours, so you need to keep it topped up. Just keep a check on it and always top it up with boiling water. I'm just going to pop this in the pot. You can leave it. Now, there it is. It's well covered in water, and on it goes. And as I say, I'm going to boil that for 4 hours. I'll keep a check on it, keep topping it up with boiling water, and with any luck, in 4 hours' time, I'll be back to show you the finished thing. So. Hello folks, here I am again. The dumpling has now had its boiling time, and I've taken it out to the pot. There it is in its clute. Shape might be a bit questionable, but we'll see. So I've taken it out, it's rested for 10 minutes. Just to let it cool down a bit, snip the string, and this is the tested bit. This is when you've got to pull your cloth down very gently off in the hope that you've left a skin. So I'm just peeling back the cloth just to get it sorted out a bitty. That's a bitty, and hopefully it'll be. And this is where you've got to work really quite slowly and gently in the hope that you do not disturb the skin. Too much. A wee odd picky or hole might be acceptable, but it smells absolutely gorgeous. Just come in too gently. You don't want to pull too fast, just in case you. The cloth, by the way, will be a test for the washing machine, but it'll come off fine. If you can see, it's kind of coming off down. Not just the perfect round shape that I would aim for a show, but we'll come on. Patience, this is where you need patience. Oh, hang on. But he's there's wanting to break away, but it's underneath, so it'll be. You try to go too fast, then you will take half the skin with you. A slow job this. What I shall do now is I shall upend it onto my other plate. Hopefully without dropping the whole lot. Okay, there it goes. And get rid of that one. And if I keep just gradually easing the cloth, at the moment this skin looks a bit grey because it's still moist and hot, warm, but it will, hold it there. Picky there. Just keep gradually easing it up. Coming away reasonably clean. Once it's sat for a while, the skin will darken up and dry out. Patience is a virtue. The cloth, believe it or not, will live to fight another day. It looks a bit of a sauter at the moment. A wee bit of a ring in the top, but there she goes. There she goes. We'll get rid of that, dump it in, and dump it in, and there's our dumpling. There's our dumpling. As I say, leave it to cool. The skin will harden up and firm up, and you can either eat this hot or cold, and you can have it with cream, ice cream. For me, it would be custard every time. I love custard, and I think dumplings best with custard. And once it's cool, you can slice it up and serve it just in finger slices with a cup of tea, which is lovely, absolutely beautiful. And the other thing that people sometimes do with their dumpling is cut it into slices and fry it. If you have a Scottish breakfast, a full Scottish breakfast, you may get a slice of fruit pudding, fried with your breakfast. I'm not too partial to that, but some people love it. So there you are, a dumpling, a clootie dumpling. Thank you.
What a fantastic workshop there from Shirley Fuchs. Didn't I tell you she was a natural in front of the camera? Thank you so much to Shirley for inviting us all into her kitchen. Now, we have had an international audience this weekend. We've had folks from Aboyne, Logie Colston. We've had folks from Wales and England and Ireland, America, Canada, and even Aya joining us from Japan. You are so welcome with us to be with us here for our Sunday events at Tarland Food and Music Festival. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from and we'll give you a mention. Now, up next at 3 o'clock, we have the chair art auction. It is always a highlight of the festival, and I am delighted to have been joined down at Studio One HQ Tarland Food and Music Festival by David Curry and Gillian Needham, who are involved in the chair art project. At 4 o'clock, we will be joined by our friends from Stannardsville in Virginia to talk about the twinning of Tarland and Stannardsville. We have a great panel lined up for that live discussion. We've got Paul Anderson, local musician, who has visited Stannardsville many times. We've also got Simon Welfare, who is the chairman of the Cromarr Community Council. We have Councillor Jiva Blackett. And from Stannardsville, we have Mayor Gary Lowe, Bill Martin, who is the chairman of the Board of Supervisors and represents Stannardsville District. We've also got Alan Yost, who is the Director of Green County Economic Development and Tourism, Andrea Whitmarsh, who is the Superintendent of the Schools, and Fred Blanton, Sister Cities representative for Virginia. Now, of course, over there, they call it Sister Cities and we call it twinning. So it will be a really interesting and exciting discussion that goes out live at 4 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, we have our finale event. That is When Tykes Were Bold by Hamish Common. And we put it to the folks of Tarland to record a few lines each. And we've put together a wonderful wee video. Now, I have some exciting news here for you. Tufty's scavenger hunt finished at 12 o'clock today, and she has had lots and lots of entries. And Tufty says, well done to each and every one of the children who entered her at-home scavenger hunt. And I can now announce the winners live on our Facebook feed. So, joint first winners of Tufty's scavenger hunt was Ella, aged 7, and Hannah, aged 5. So well done to you both. You both win a £10 gift voucher. And we have a runner-up. Andrew, aged 4, will win a £5 gift voucher. So congratulations to you three and well done. Now, Gillian says there is a sweetie for all of the folk, all of the children that entered that scavenger hunt. And Ella, Hannah and Andrew and all of the other children who entered, if you want to go to the paper shop, you can pick up your prizes and your sweeties from Tufty. And she says, thank you very much for entering and well done everyone for taking part. So I'm going to leave you now. We'll be back at 3 o'clock with David Curry and Gillian Needham doing the live chair art auction. Good afternoon and welcome back to our special online Tarland Food and Music Festival. If you have just joined us, you are very welcome. We are having a very special event next. I'll tell you a wee bit more about that in a second. But if you have just joined us, my name is Shona Donaldson and I am the Festival Coordinator. I'm down here in the Aberdeen Arms today. This is Studio One of the Food and Music Festival and I'm delighted to have a couple of special guests with me more later. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we have a very special online discussion. We will be joined by friends from Stannardsville in Virginia in America who are going to discuss with some local Tarland folk the possibility of twinning Tarland and Stanardsville. From Tarland, we will have Simon Welfare, who is the community chairman of the Cromarty Community Council. We will also have Paul Anderson, musician who has visited Stanardsville many times, and Jiva Blackett, our councillor. So after that, at 4 o'clock, at 5 o'clock, we will have our finale event of the whole entire weekend. I cannot believe we are nearly at the end. We have got a special rendition of a poem called When Tykes Were Bold, which was written by Hamish Comyn, and we put it out to the folks of Tarland to record a few lines, and we've edited that into a fantastic wee video. So next up is our chair art, and as I said, I've been joined by David Curry here, who is going to be our auctioneer extraordinaire. Chair art is a community art project which was launched in 2014, and folk can paint or decorate a chair and then it's auctioned off for charity. So how this chair art auction is going to work, we are going to invite David to come on, and there will be a photo on your screen of the chair that is being auctioned. There will be possible starting bids as well, that some folk have put in their bids already. But if you would like to win the chair that is on the screen, you can pop your bid in the comments in the section on Facebook. So if you are a lucky winner of the chair, you can get in touch with David. His email address will be up on screen as well. So I'm very excited now to pass you over to David Curry. Here we go.
Thank you, Shona, and welcome everybody to the very last chair art auction. So this is your last chance ever to buy one of these wonderful works of art. This, as Shona said, we auction the chairs off for charity and local charities usually, and this year our charities are the outstanding dementia support group in Bankery, Forget Me Not, and Books Abroad, based in Rhynie, and Books Abroad sends books to countries that have difficulty getting books for schools and universities. I'd like to thank all the artists who have done chairs for us. It's been the best year yet, with 25 chairs altogether, of great quality. I hope that comes across in the pictures that you're going to see. Thanks also very much to Shona and Mac, who've run this event so smoothly up to now. And this is, of course, an experiment. We've never done an online live auction before. Although we have 25 chairs, we're auctioning 20 of them because 5 of them have got such good bids on them already. We've raised a total of £775.50. Some of the chairs have such good bids on them, we thought we would be greedy to ask people to outbid them. Finally, I just should mention that our auctioneer in previous years has been the very charismatic Reverend Frank Ribbons, who was going to be doing it again this year, but because of circumstances that hasn't been possible. But we'd like to acknowledge Frank's kind support in the past, and it's a shame that we haven't got him again this year. So, starting with the auction, the first chair is called Ready and Waiting. In fact, it's actually 2 chairs, although you'll see a picture of one of them. Ready and Waiting refers to the bride and groom ready and waiting for their wedding. And Margaret Roberts and Trish Watson were both destined this year to be mothers of the groom, and that's been stymied by the COVID crisis. And so they've done a chair each. One is the bride, which you see, and the other is a groom dressed in beautiful Highland dress. It has no bids. These chairs have no bids on them at the moment. So these chairs are all yours if you'd care to bid for them. So do I have any? Let's say we start with a bid of £10 on each chair. Anybody going to offer us £10? Gillian's sitting waiting for the bids to come in. Don't disappoint her. Any £10 on each of these, on £10 each on these chairs. Any bids? And this is a bargain. I mean, you can actually undress them and wear them. I mean, the groom that you don't see is dressed immaculately in Highland dress. Any bids on these two chairs? If not, no, right, well, we move on to the next chair. The next chair is called Coronavirus, Thank You NHS and Key Workers. And it has a bid at the moment of £5 on it. It is a beautiful slatted chair with the rainbow colours that we associate with the COVID crisis, and with various emblems of COVID, little viruses, these wee yellow signs that say keep 2 meters away from your neighbour. It's a beautiful chair, and it can be sat on. £5 on it already. Anybody going to offer me 10? You won't regret it. This is a lovely chair. It'll be of historic value, and it is perfectly sittable on. Any offer of 10 for this chair? Five's not really doing it credit. No? Oh, 15. Any advance on 15? We've got a bid of 15. 15's a good bid. Anybody going to offer us 20? A chair of historic value in years to come. It will be a talking point. No? No advance on 15? So gone for £15, and we'll get back to you to let you know you're the winner. Right, the next chair. Next chair is called Ribbons. It speaks for itself, really. No relation to our auctioneering minister, but it's a chair which has woven multicoloured ribbons across it, and it speaks for itself, really. It doesn't have any particular COVID significance like many of the other chairs. Ribbons has a current bid of £20 on it, well worth £20, worth a good deal more than that. Any advance on £20? Do I get 25? £25 would be a bargain. You could sit on it, but it is a work of art. I think probably you'd rather look at it. Any advance on £20? I'm suggesting 25. You won't regret it. It's a lovely chair. No, right. It's going for £20 to the previous bidder. The next chair is called Sit Up and Away. It's appearing on your screen. Sit Up and Away by Karen Hajitofi. Current bid of £30. Karen is a well-known Aberdeen artist. She was inspired to paint this by the rainbow colours that you see in people's windows during the crisis, and she thought it would be uplifting to have a multicoloured balloon chair. So these are hot air balloons on a blue background. It's a very, very expert and beautifully executed bit of art. An original Karen Hajitofi, an original work of art, currently £30. Any advance on £30? Easily worth 40. 35. Anybody going to offer us 35 for it? It's a really beautiful chair, sittable on, robust chair, and beautifully painted by a famous artist. Any advance on 30? No advance on 30? Right, goes to the original bidder for £30. The next chair, Woodland, chair made by Jenny Longhurst. Jenny Longhurst has been a supporter of chair art since its inception. She's an expert knitter. She has, this chair's knitted, Gillian, or crocheted? Knitted chair by Jenny Longhurst, and it reflects her love of woodland walks, made more difficult during the crisis, but an uplifting during hard times. Her thoughts dwelling on woodland walks during the pandemic. It currently has reasonable bid of £55 on it. It must have taken her a long time to do it. It's a phenomenal bit of knitting. The whole chair covered in woodland creatures, flowers, leaves, all knitted. So, any advance on 55? It is a really precious work of art, very unusual, well worth the 55. Anybody going to offer us 60? £60 for this really unusual chair. Comfortable to sit on. No advance on 55. 55, a good price going to the original bidder. Chair number 6, the Rose Garden chair, made by Janet Kingsland, current bid of £15. And this is an old plastic garden chair, but you wouldn't believe it to look at it. It's been covered in roses. It's a beautiful chair of pink roses, and it is sittable on. It will cope with the weather. It's been out in our garden in all weather, and it's stood up to the test. Current bid of £15. Any advance on 15? What about 20 for this chair? It will look good in your garden. Any advance on £15? So it's certainly worth much more than that. £15. No advance on £15. Okay, going to the original bidder for £15, a bargain. Next chair is called Infecting the Wordle by Aileen Claire Bain. Both Claire is in fact, I'm currently sitting on it, but Claire works for Forget Me Not, our chosen charity this year. A Wordle, you may be aware, is a pattern created by words. And the words in this chair are all COVID-related words. Words are part of the vocabulary we've become familiar with during the COVID crisis. It is a chair of great historic value. It really represents what people have gone through in the last 6 months. It's very expert and beautifully done. It's a sittable on chair as well, but it is a chair really of, I think, quite important historic value. I think you wouldn't regret having this in your house, and in fact, it would look good in a museum or an art gallery to represent the period we've just been through. So, Infecting the Wordle, current bid of £50, any advance on 50? It's worth a good deal more than 50. Do I hear 55? 55 for Infecting the Wordle. No advance on 55. Right, gone for 55. The next chair, Hanging by a Thread by our own Kate Redpath from Tarland. This is a slatted chair. It's covered in Indian silks and gold thread, and hanging from the back of it, a bunch of feathers from a golden thread. Hanging by a thread, as many people have felt over the last 6 months. And it has a current bid on it of £20. It's a beautiful chair. It's sittable on chair again. And £20 is cheap. 25, anybody offering us 25 for it? Come on, it's worth much more than 25. It's going to be a talking point. It's going to be a precious chair. No advance in 25. Okay. No advance in 25. No. Right. Well, it's gone for 25. The next chair is Bob the Rainbow. Bob the Rainbow is a chair created by Florence and Abigail, 2 young ladies, citizens of Tarland. It again reflects the last 6 months with its rainbow colours on a slatted chair. It's been a lot of hard work for 2 young artists, and it's currently got a bid of £10 on it, which is cheap. It's a good sturdy chair and it's beautifully painted. So any advance on £10, it's surely worth at least 15. Anybody offering us 15 for this wonderful chair? 15 at least. Can't let it go for 10. Come on now, £20 would be a bargain. Offering it for 15. Any advance on the £10? No. Nobody coming in with a bid over £10. Right. Okay. Gone for £10. Bob the Rainbow. The next chair is very unusual. This is it's a chair by Cilla Wood, who has embarked recently on making concrete mushrooms and toadstools. But she wanted a chair. She wanted to add to a project a chair that reflected the outdoors. This chair is it's a beautiful chair in itself. It has live moss growing over it. The moss is on a bed of water-retaining clay. So this chair, the moss will stay alive. So hence the name. It's called the grassy arse chair, as in the Spanish for thank you. Grassy arse chair for obvious reasons when you sit on it. Cilla's chair, the grassy arse chair, has a bid of £30.50 on it at the moment. Any advance on £30.50? This is a garden chair. This chair can live out of doors. It comes with its own mushroom. It will last for years in the open air. There'll be a talking point. Very, very unusual piece of art. Any advance on £30.50? What about £31? Any advance on £31.50? Very unusual chair. You won't regret your investment in it. No advance on £30. Excuse me while I just check the messages.
Okay, so the message coming in
Yes.
from our chat room, David.
Yes.
We need to slow down a bit because the bids are taking a little bit longer to pop up on the chat.
Chat room's asking me to slow down a bit.
Yeah. So
So
just to clarify,
a bit of padding.
Just to clarify,
Yeah.
going back to Bob the Rainbow chair.
Bob the Rainbow
we've
chair.
had 4 bids now of £15 for
Whoa.
that chair, I think.
Right. So we're going back to Bob the Rainbow.
I'm going to call stop, but at £15.
£15, okay.
Which means it's actually going to go John Folks, Ruth Crawford. I hope you're okay with this. It's going to Rona Mitchell.
So going back to, I don't know if you heard that, but from the control centre, but going back to the Bob the Rainbow chair, it has been sold for £15.
Yeah.
Good. Where are we up to?
So we've got it on the screen maybe now?
No, it's not on screen at the moment, but no, we're still at the grassy arse chair.
Grassy arse, okay. So the grassy arse chair, I'm not seeing any new bids on, but we do need a bit more time.
Right, we're giving a bit more time to this extraordinary chair, the grassy arse chair, complete with concrete mushroom. An outdoor chair, a chair that will be an unusual feature in your garden. And you'll never see another, and you'll regret it forever if you don't offer us. What did we say? £30.50. So it's worth a good bit more than that. A lot of work's gone into this chair.
It comes with its very own mushroom, concrete mushroom and apples.
It comes. I didn't mention the apples. It comes with concrete apples as well. It's really quite unusual piece of art. So surely a wee bit more than £30.50. No?
Yeah, and
no bids coming in for above that?
About this chair, David, is that the more it rains, the more beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this chair, it's not just weather resistant. This chair actually improves with the rain. I mean, so, a Cromar winter is not going to do this chair any harm. It's going to actually add to its beauty, and it'll keep doing that for years to come. No mosses, like the mosses you find if you're walking across Morven, these sort of tundra plants. No bids above £30.50. Well, there we go. Gone. Matt. Good point. Indeed. The next chair has a bid of £5 on it. It's the Minnie Mouse chair by Jackie Kinghorn. And Jackie was inspired to paint this. This is a tiny little chair. It'd be a chair suitable for somebody of around about the age of 5, maybe. And in fact, you may be able to see it now. There it goes. Gives you an idea of the scale. It's a wee bit bigger than my head. And Jackie was inspired by her grandchildren wearing Mickey Mouse T-shirts, and the chair seemed the obvious surface to reproduce the Mickey Mouse T-shirts. So a Minnie Mouse, I beg your pardon, Minnie Mouse T-shirts. So it has a current bid of £5 on it. It's a functional chair, a beautiful chair. It would be perfect in a small person's bedroom. So any advance on the current bid of £5 for the Minnie Mouse chair.
Even though it's a really small chair, it's very comfortable to sit on.
Well, I'm told that it's comfortable to sit on even for people with big bottoms, but
excuse me.
but it's the perfect chair for a little person's bedroom. Polka dot, red and white polka dot seat and a polka dot bow on the back of the seat. Only £5 so far. That's ridiculous. We need a good deal more than £5 for it. Any advance on £5? You won't regret it. It will be a fantastic present if you've got for your friends, children, for grandchildren. It's water resistant to any kind of muck, I think. So more than £5, surely. Any bids above £5? Oh, we've got a £10 bid. Things are starting to move. Any advance on £10? What about 15? Anybody going to offer us 15? I mean, this Christmas is coming up. Perfect gift for the small person. Perfect gift for the new grandbaby.
Yeah, great Christmas present.
Oh, perfect Christmas present. Birthday present. No. Nothing above £10. No. We're going to accept £10, Gillian? We are. We're going to accept £10 for it. Well done. You won't regret it. The next chair has another bid of £30 and 50p.
Tactical bidding.
Tactical bidding, I think it is. And this is called The Biting Chair of Bites. Unusual title, unusual chair. It's by Dougal Mather, a young man from Logie Coldstone. It's inspired by the two things. One is this chair was savaged by his dog and it was thoroughly chewed, so it's been bitten. It's also inspired by the book, The Monster Book of Monsters, and by J.K. Rowling. And so it's the biting chair of bites, inspired by The Monster Book of Monsters. Young Dougal Mather is the artist. Now this chair has a seat that moves up and down with teeth on it, and it has a mechanism at the back which, when operated, will bite. I mean, it's harmless to sit on, but it is very entertaining, and it's a very, very unusual chair. I'm told that it's comfortable to sit on, and nobody has yet had their bottom savaged by it.
And all parts have been entirely recycled.
It's all recycled material. It's a very cunning device. I mean, you'd never have seen a chair like this. This is an extremely unusual chair by a talented artist. £30, 50p, and it's worth a good deal more than that just for the invention. Any advance on £30 and 50p? I mean, the 50p is ridiculous. We need something, we need to round it off at least. Any advance on £30 and 50p? What about starting with £31? No?
So just like to see the colours so nice.
The colour, yeah, the colours.
Blend in any background.
Yes, it's not so easy to tell from the photograph, but it's cool outdoor colours, and
or indoor.
Oh, could even be beautiful. Could even be beautiful indoors.
It would look very nice round a dining table.
Round a dining table, yes,
imagine,
and a talking point. Just watch out, this chair bites.
Yeah, you could read it.
you could feed somebody to it. You could. It was certainly. It's certainly big enough to devour a small dog, I think, but,
Or a child.
or a child even. Yeah. So.
Well, the cat, actually, the cat in the photo
Yeah.
was considering whether this chair might have eaten him.
Yeah, there's a cat sitting. Oh, yes, that's right. Our cat, who himself is a fearsome killer of rabbits, is sitting staring at the teeth of the chair. Right, £30 and 50p.
Rachel's raised it to 31.
Rachel has raised it to 31. Yeah, well, it's just a start. Yeah. Are we accepting 31? Do you think? I mean, come on, surely we're going to get a rise on 31. 35 at least. No. No. Okay. Are we settling for 31?
Yes.
Right. Okay. A wonderful chair gone for £31. Very unusual. The next chair has no bid in for it at the moment. Rightly enough, really. It's the water chair. It's done by yours truly. I mean, if the truth be told, there's no great sort of significance behind it. I just fancied painting water going down the plug hole. This chair comes with its own plug. It is a wee bit inspired by the fact that here in Scotland we're blessed with rarely ever having shortages of water. A lot of people around the world don't have water, struggle to get clean water, and we've got so much of it in Scotland. So that's the philosophy behind the chair, but it's really just a chair with swirly water going down the plug hole. It's a robust chair that you can sit on and move the plug and you can safely sit on it. Any advance on a bid of £0, I mean, it's worth a wee bit more than that just to sit on. It's a reasonable shot at painting water.
If you've got a small garden, it would make a very nice water
Well,
feature.
I'm told that it would be, yes, a water feature. If you've got a garden with a pond in it, it would be or with grasses.
If you had a gnome, then
A garden, you could have a garden gnome fishing from it. Yeah.
Oh, I've got a bid of £15.
£15. That's very generous. I mean, speaking as the artist, I wasn't expecting more than a fiver, but £15 on it is a very generous bid. So any advance on 15? Nobody I know, I think, bidding for it, is it? It's not a relative.
No, it's not a relative.
Oh, good.
It could be a fellow Henry.
Oh, it's okay. It's a friend being charitable. Yeah. Well, £15, I think, is a fair bid. I think we should accept that. So
we're moving on then.
We're moving on. Yes, we're moving on. The next chair is a tall stool. It has a bid of £20 on it at the moment. It's called the Hey Diddle Diddle stool, and it's a nice stool which the artist Gillian Needham felt needed some refreshing, and she wanted to paint a nursery rhyme on it, and so this is Hey Diddle Diddle, the Cat and the Fiddle, beautifully represented on the surface of the stool with the words round the legs. We haven't quite got it on the screen yet, but it will be coming in a moment. There it is. Hey diddle diddle, you can see the cat and the fiddle and the cow jumping over the moon, and the words are written on the structure around the sides. It has a bid of £20. Any advance on 20? Do I hear 25? This is a proper bar stool. While you're having difficulty getting to a bar at the moment, you can sit and pretend you're in the bar. It would be a beautiful bit of furniture in a child's bedroom. Yeah, I think we appreciate.
25.
25 on it, yeah. Okay, 25's a fair bid on it, yeah. Any advance on 25? It's a lovely bit of painting, and you can read the nursery rhyme around the sides. Any advance on 20? 25, you said. 25. Any advance on 25 is worth 30 easily. Any advance on 25? This Hey Diddle Diddle stool. No. Gillian? We're holding out. No, we're holding. So we're not giving in at 25. We're holding out for something better than 25. It is a sound bit of furniture, beautifully painted. It would grace any room in the house, especially the bar. Any advance on 25? Well, we're expecting at least 30 for it. No. Okay, 25, a bargain to somebody. The next chair has a bid of £30 on it. It's Mr. Fox by Rona Mitchell. It's a little chair. It's the same size as the Minnie Mouse chair. It's a child's chair. It would be wonderful in child's bedroom. It's a very clever bit of painting, and it comes with its own ears, its own tail, and its own footwear. That's Mr. Fox chair, suitable for small children, and a very beautiful bit of painting. Got a bid of £30 on it. It's worth a good bit more than that. Any advance on £30? 35 for this chair. I mean, Rona Mitchell is a celebrated artist. It's not only a beautiful bit of work, but it's work by a famous local artist. So 35 would be a bargain for a chair that's going to have lasting value. Any advance on £30 for Mr. Fox? No advance on £30? No, Gillian? Are we hearing any bids coming in for it?
We're just querying a bid that came in just as we closed the Hey Diddle Diddle chair, which was for £30.
Yeah.
And the ordering of the comments and the lag, we're not sure whether Heather was bidding for, just home, so just saw stool was £30 for the stool.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we will give her that. If Catherine Stewart's all right, it was
right.
just as I closed.
We've just got
Sorry.
Hot news coming in of the previous chair, the Hey Diddle Diddle stool. A bid of 30 on it, upping the previous bid of 25.
Bid 25, but I think Heather just nicked in. My comment was
right, and a last minute, nerve-wracking last minute bid on Hey Diddle Diddle
for
£30.
Got a new bid in for Mr. Fox.
So we're still on Mr. Fox, and we've got a bid in for Mr. Fox, whose previous bid was £30, and we've got a bid of 32. Any advances on 32? I mean, there's a bidding war starting here. It's getting exciting. If you fancy a bit of drama as well as a beautiful chair for a child. Any advance on 32? I mean, be rash and go up to 35 perhaps. No advance on 32? We're going to accept 32, Gillian? Yes. Gone for 32. Right, we'll move on to chair number 16, which currently has a bid of £35 on it. It's called Sylvia's chair. I'll explain that. It's by Jane Williamson, who's been a loyal supporter of chair art and a creator of very clever, very witty and beautiful chairs in the past. Sylvia was one of Stephen Ward's girls. Now, some of you may be too young to remember the Profumo crisis and Christine Keeler, who was one of the Stephen Ward's famous girls. Sylvia was one of her predecessors. She had a taste for fur coats, little narrow waists, martinis, and glamour. And this chair, Sylvia's chair, reflects all that. It's furs and leopard print patterns on it, and it has a label on it giving a little bit of the history of that era. The Profumo scandal that almost brought down the government of the time. So Sylvia was one of the characters in that history. It's a it's a perfectly sittable armchair. It's decoupage with beautiful fur and leopard skin prints, and it's only got a bit of £35 on it at the moment. So what about 40? I mean, it's a historical chair. It's an interesting bit of history. It's got glamour. It's a robust chair that you can sit on. It has a partner somewhere out in the world, the Christine Keeler chair from a previous year. Whoever owns the Christine Keeler chair now might want its partner, Sylvia's chair. Any advance on 35 for Sylvia's chair? Only 35 at the moment. Beautiful chair, expertly decoupaged. No advance on 35. I think we're going to have to be forced to accept 35 for it, but it's well worth that. Now, the next chair has a bid of £50 on it. It's another very unusual chair. It's called Cailleach by Catherine Rose from Strathdon. Cailleach being Gaelic for an old wifey. It's a complex chair. It is inspired by Catherine's interest in the role of the presence of the wise woman in Celtic mythology, both in Ireland and in Scotland. She was in Ireland and saw something which inspired her to think about the story of the Cailleach, the wise woman, knowledgeable about healing, about fertility, and the chair's a complex pattern of decoration with gourds, a clay pipe, and it's not really a sittable armchair. This is a chair that is a pure work of art. It's full of meaning. It's a chair that you'll want to think about, and it's only got a bid of £50 on it, but it's a very, very interesting bit of work. Anybody going to offer us more than £50 on it? What about 55 for a start? A very, very unusual chair. If you're the successful bidder, you'll be able to talk to Catherine about it at some stage and learn a bit more about the story behind it. Any bids above 50? No bids coming in above 50. It looks as if it's going to go for £50. Well worth it. The next chair's got a bit of 40 on it, and this is a chair done by Laura Black from Strathdon, and Laura is an upholsterer. Her chair is called the Learning Chair because, believe it or not, it was a chair that she upholstered while she was attending classes in Cromer on upholstery. The chair itself is a lovely antique chair. In itself, it's a beautiful chair. But Laura has decorated the seat has upholstered the seat with tweed, and it's a wonderfully expert bit of upholstery. This is a lovely chair. It will look good in anybody's house. It's only got a bid of 40 on it. There's a bid for 45 has just come in, and it's worth a good deal more than 45. I mean, it's a lot of work gone into it. The chair itself's worth that, but the upholstery is a wonderful craftsmanship by Laura Black. An original Laura Black chair. Any bids above 45? It's certainly well worth that. It's worth a good deal more than 45. Any advance on 45? No. It looks as if it's going to go to a very lucky bidder for £45. That's Gillian over there.
Come on, surely someone wants to outbid me.
She's asking for somebody to outbid her now. She's having regrets about Splash Pad. No? Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's going for 45 to Gillian. Lucky girl. The next chair's also got a bid of £40 on it. It's similar to its predecessor. This chair's the patchwork chair by Amanda Bissett from Kemney. This is an old school chair which has been sanded and polished and then upholstered with, she says, scraps from her hoard of materials. It is, again, it's a sittable on chair. It's beautifully upholstered. It's a wonderful bit of craftsmanship. It's only got a bit of £40 on it, and it's well worth that. So what about a bid over £40? Anybody going to offer us more than £40? What about 45? It's well worth that. It's a beautiful chair in its own right, and it's got a bid of 45 on it now. Worth it, every penny of that. More than 45? Anybody going to up from 45?
Oh, 245.
Oh, there are 245s. There's a bidding war going on.
Yeah,
one of
so,
you's going to have to up your bid.
So Liz and John, who's going to up your bid?
Liz and John bidding for it. We've got a bidding war here. We are needing.
It is a beautiful chair.
Yeah. Oh, it's a fantastic chair, and it. So you're only going to go up. You said 45, Gillian. So we're
Liz has gone up to
50. Up to 50.
John, do you want to come ask John?
John, are you you've been gazumped at the moment. We've got 50 on it. Do you want to go above 50? But one bit of bidding drama that we're going to get today, I think. I mean, we've had in previous chair auctions, we've had some fierce bidding going on across the hall, but today, no bidding drama so far. So you could bring some excitement to us. Any advance on 50? No advance on 50? John, oh, come on. You know, it's it's gone for 50. To Liz. Right, final chair. This chair has a bid of £45 on it. It's called Time for Tea, and it's by Lorna Bell and Claire Sturgeon, who are pillars of one of our chosen charities, the Books Abroad charity. And this chair comes with its own delicate teacup and saucer. It's inspired by, well, the fact that this beautiful little chair has a round seat, so it's the perfect seat to paint a clock on. It's inspired by the story of Alice in Wonderland and the Mad Hatter's Tea Party, where the clock stood always at tea time. So with this chair, you get a lovely little chair, expertly decorated with the motifs from the Mad Hatter's Tea Party and Alice in Wonderland, and its own cup and saucer with it. Bid of £45 on it at the moment, well worth that. Some of the proceeds are going to go to Lorna and Claire's charity, and it's a very, very worthwhile charity to support. So any bids above 45? Currently standing at 45. What about 50? Anybody going to offer us 50? No bids above 50? Surely worth more than 45. No, Gillian, are we seeing any bids coming in above 45? No. Are we going to hold out for more? Yep. 50. Yep. Anybody offering over 50 then? £50 for Time for Tea. Beautiful Alice in Wonderland chair. Good chair to sit on. Nice chair for a child. It's a little work of art. Definitely worth more than 50. We've got a bid standing at 50 at the moment. Any competition taking place there, Gillian? No. Do you think we're going to have to let it go for 50? We are going to have to let it go for 50. Well, the lucky bidder has got this chair for £50. So to claim your chair, if you're the lucky winner, then we've got an email at the top of the screen, my email in fact, so David Curry 201, David Curry, C-U-R-R-I-E, all one word, David Curry 201 at gmail.com. Get in touch with us through that email and we'll arrange for you to collect your chair. Gillian.
And just to say thanks.
Any other business? Oh, well.
Just to say thanks to everybody, and we've probably made another additional £75.
Made an additional 75, which takes us up to 700.
Well over 800.
Over £800. £800 going to Forget Me Not, which is an outstandingly good charity, and it's an example of how to do it when it comes to dementia support groups. And Books Abroad, which is again a very worthy charity to support, and it's local. And it has always supported Share Art. So thank you everybody for joining us. Thank you for your company. Thank you for your bids. It'll all go to good causes. Goodbye.
Well, what a fantastic live auction there. We had a few wee technical issues to start with, but we got there in the end. And congratulations to all the worthy winners of those chairs. They are fantastic. And as David said, the winners can message him on email. And all the details will be on the Facebook page as well. Now, coming up just in 10 minutes, we have got a live Zoom discussion with folks from Standardsville and Tarland. So stick around and we'll see you at 4 o'clock.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Tarland Food and Music Festival online virtual festival. I am so sorry that we had a wee bit of technical difficulties there getting on at 4 o'clock, so we are a wee bit late. Coming up next is a wonderful discussion we're going to have with folks on both sides of the Atlantic. We have got people from Standardsville in Virginia and from Tarland who we are hoping will enter in a twinning project. We're going to kick off now with a short slideshow from Standardsville and from Tarland, and then Yvonne Davidson will chair our discussion.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our discussion about twinning, or sister cities as it's called. We're going to each introduce ourselves eventually, but initially I'm going to let Fred speak to us about this twinning project, and he's going to tell us a little bit more about it, and then we'll move on to Roy, who's going to tell us how it all got started. So over to you, Fred.
Okay, thanks. So I'm Fred Blanton with Sister Cities International, and good morning to all of us here in the States, and good afternoon to all of you in Tarland. Sister Cities International was founded in 1956 by a citizen diplomacy forum or conference that was held at the White House by then President Eisenhower. And now, 65 years later, we have over 500 US member cities who are twinned with 1,800 partner cities around the world in 138 countries on 6 continents. So making this a little more relevant to all of us today, Virginia, where I'm sitting today, just over the mountain from my friends in Tarland, from my friends in Standardsville. We have 14 members in Virginia, including Standardsville, and they're twinned with 52 partner cities around the world, and Tarland would make 53. Scotland, on the other hand, has got 10 city members, with sister cities twinned with 12 cities here. And most notably, Houston is twinned with Aberdeen. And that covers 9 states here in the US, and also includes a nearby connection between Dundee and Alexandria, Virginia. So that sort of sets the stage of how momentous this twinning could be in relation to our overall membership. So back to you, Yvonne.
Thanks, Fred. I think that explained the programme very nicely. Thank you. So this all got started by a chance meeting. Now, Roy, if you wouldn't mind telling us about how this came about.
Yes, be glad to. It all began several years ago when my wife and I were visiting Scotland, went to a Highland Games at Aboyne, and there met Paul Anderson for the first time. We introduced ourselves and learned about how he, every other year, travels to a town in Virginia to do a Celtic Christmas event. And we persuaded him to travel to Standardsville, which he was happy to do. And Paul, as well as myself and my wife, Anne, were struck by the significant similarities between our two communities. I think from the slideshow, you've noticed probably a lot of that in terms of the physical attributes, the rural landscape, and so forth. But there are a number of other commonalities as well, particularly concerning our musical heritage, which is one thing that Paul Anderson and Shona were very much involved in. He and Shona have since traveled to Standardsville and headlined 3 concerts here in town, which in addition to listening to their beautiful music, underscored the musical heritage that we benefit from. The Scots-Irish music influence, excuse me, on old-time Appalachian music, bluegrass music, and so forth, has had a great influence on our musical traditions. So anyway, that's the way it all began, and we've had discussions with Simon Welfare and others in Tarland about doing this twinning with the 2 cities, so that we can take advantage of the many benefits of doing that on both sides of the Atlantic for our communities. In addition to those similarities, I think another one that helps underscore the commonalities between the 2 towns is that both Tarland and Standardsville were bypassed by our railroad way back in the 1800s, I believe, maybe even earlier for you all.
Yeah.
And as a result, we both suffered some significant economic deterioration. I know that Tarland in the 18th century was the center, the trading center for your area. Likewise, Standardsville, given its proximity to the Blue Ridge Mountains, was one of the a principal gateway to the Blue Ridge Mountains and to the Shenandoah Valley. So, like Standardsville, we had lots of shops and businesses, tailors, wheelwrights, shoemakers, other kinds of businesses. Now that many of them have left because of the loss of the traffic brought by the railroad, that might have been brought by the railroad, and subsequently because of a road bypass some 20 years ago. But both communities, I know, have been working very hard to revitalize their economies, primarily taking advantage of the beautiful rural landscape of both. So I think there are a number of commonalities. It makes a great deal of sense for us to twin with Tarland, and then going forward, there are many ways that we can have mutual benefits through the Sister Cities program.
Yes.
And we have with us on our side today the mayor of Standardsville, the head of the county's economic development and tourism department, and the chair of our local board of supervisors, Bill Martin. And I'm hoping our school superintendent, Andrea Whitmarsh, will also be able to join us, partly because she, thanks to Paul and Shona and their sons Hector and Roderick a few years ago, they visited, thanks to Andrea, they visited a couple of our elementary schools here in the area in Greene County and gave them gifts from their schools in Tarland. So that plus the musical concerts they've done, those kinds of exchanges informally have already begun. So we hope very much that this, we'll be able to formalize this relationship going forward.
Okay. Sorry, just getting this right. Yeah, thanks, Roy. That was a very good introduction and gives us a little bit of background on how Paul and your wife met, and Shona came along as well. So very good groundwork done already, I think. I'm going to move on to Gary Lowe, who's the mayor in Standardsville, and just see how he feels about Tarland as well. So Gary, if you wouldn't mind giving us a little bit of information.
All righty. Well, thank you. I'm just delighted to be here today. This has been a long time in the making, so it does my heart very good to actually start seeing and conversing and talking with folks across the Atlantic. We've been working on this, as Roy said, for quite a while. And in fact, we had a legal ordinance that we passed with town council to make Paul the ambassador for us to Scotland. So he is actually an official ambassador for the town of Standardsville to Scotland. And hoping he'll work his magic over there to bring both of us together, since we have so much in common together. Again, we're just excited about this. And Roy had mentioned something a little bit about, railroad bypass in the town, the major highway bypass in the town, which did help hurt businesses. But, that curse sometimes can turn into a blessing. It's kind of preserved our town so that we are the quaint little village at the foot of the mountains. And now we're starting to showcase all of that to all of Central Virginia, and in fact, to the world, we hope. So we're going to turn that into a blessing. And we've started developing, helping businesses do facelift on their buildings, building a pavilion, a farmer's market, a stage, an amphitheater, helping with some of the low to moderate income apartment upgrades. So we're really trying to put Standardsville on the map and trying to we're focusing on the tourism aspect of it to bring people to us so that we can expand our economy and really showcase what we have to offer there.
Excellent. That sounds like you're getting everything in hand there. And I probably, you know, speaking from a personal point of view, would agree about the railway missing Tarland. It's certainly preserved a lot of its charm, I would say, and not been overdeveloped, which is really nice. So I think on that note, we'll take you in, Jiva, if you can give us a little bit of background information about yourself as well. And then you represent a number of villages up and down D-side, so we'll let you have a wee word. Okay, Jiva, thank you.
Yeah, hello, and I'm very pleased to be here this afternoon and very honoured to be part of this exciting project. I actually have a confession to make to our friends across the Atlantic because I don't live in Tarland. I live in Braemar, which is actually in the Cairngorm National Park. So I think Roy and I have something in common there. I'm very keen on the economy and young people, and tourism is a major part of our economy from all the constituency that I represent, which is Boyne, Upper Deeside and Donside. So 800 square miles of very rural, sparse, mountainous in many parts region. And I'm thrilled to be here, and anything I can do to help, count on me.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jiva. Yeah, no, Jiva doesn't live in Tarland, but she's extremely supportive of everything that goes on in Tarland and attends many things that we hold here. So thanks for that, Jiva. Right, seeing that we're all speaking about tourism, I think we'll move to you, Alan, and speak to you a little bit about the tourism that's going on over there.
Great, welcome. This is an exciting opportunity, as both Roy and Gary have alluded to. This is something we've been talking about for a number of years now, and the opportunity with tourism itself, and I agree 100%, is a blessing that we were bypassed by the railroad, because our rural, agricultural, mountain heritage, have been able to, in the last 6 years, really tap into that. And we are just 2 hours out of Washington, D.C., so we've become a popular destination for a weekend getaway to come to a cabin in the woods and just slow down and actually see the stars. It's just a great opportunity to do that. And just in the last 6 years, we've seen the explosion. We're on pace before COVID, and we're getting back in steam. We've almost tripled our tourism visits from just 6 years ago. So exciting things. The county is divided, the rural part up against the mountains and in the mountains, and in the Shenandoah National Park, which is part of the Blue Ridge Mountains. People have heard of Skyline Drive. All of those 1.5 million visitors drive Skyline Drive every year. And so they're limited access points, and we have one of those limited access points. There are only 4 of them across the entire 120-mile drive. So tourism is just a great opportunity for us to show very much our rural, agricultural, mountain heritage. So this is an exciting day. Look forward to further conversations.
Thanks for that, Alan. Yes, I think we're possibly all in agreement about the railroad on this page. So, Paul, I think we'll move to you now. Can you hear us, Paul? Yeah? Paul, can you hear me? We can't hear you though, so maybe have to unmute yourself. So if you, on your little picture, if you put your cursor over the little picture, there'll be a little blue box come up that says mute, and then you can just unmute it and you'll be able to speak. No. No, I wonder if I can ask to unmute. No? Are we struggling there? No, okay. Well, we can come back to Paul then. We'll come back to you in a minute, Paul, once we get you sorted out technically. And at the moment, we'll go to Bill, who's also up in the mountains, I seem to remember. Can you hear me, Bill? You can unmute yourself.
I can. Thank
oh,
you.
Well done.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, let me just say congratulations to Tarland on your Food and Music Festival today. I hope that is a booming success for you on every level. Just to show that we do similar things here in Standardsville. Let's see if I get this right. The Virginia Clay Festival is held once a year, where we honor the earth by taking that natural resource out of the earth, a thousands of year old culture, and beautiful pottery is created from potters around the Commonwealth of Virginia. And that's one of our big tourism attractions. We also honor wine and beer and music, of course, and the arts, which is where Paul and Shona have fit in as well. We see this as a magnificent tourism opportunity, as a wonderful international exchange, and as the elected official for Standardsville District and for Greene County, in which Standardsville sits, I pledge as best I can to remove any of the bureaucratic obstacles that might stand in the way and help pave a smooth path to a successful twin. Thank you.
Lovely. Thanks very much, Bill. And as soon as we manage to get Paul sorted out, we'll speak to Paul. Are you sorted yet, Paul, with your...
I'm not sure. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Right. Okay.
Oh, hallelujah.
Lovely for you to catch up with everybody. Here you go.
Aye, it's been a few years coming. I can't quite remember exactly how many years, but it could be 8 years since I first met Roy and Anne, and they just happened to be in Tarland. They'd attended the Aboyne Highland Games and went along to the fiddle competitions, and I think they were quite taken with the ability of the players and the whole day. I think they sat through the whole competition, and just the experience of being there, it really, I think they felt very strongly how much like the Blue Ridge Mountains in Greene County Deeside was. And Anne came up to speak to me at dinner. I was in the commercial hotel, and she came up, and I think Roy had said, "No, leave the man alone, leave him." But she came up, and she was very nice to speak to, and they extended an invitation to go and visit if I was ever in Virginia. And as it happens, I was attending a Scottish country dance event in Alexandria, which is just south of Washington, DC. And I got in touch saying, well, I'm going to be in Virginia. Do you still want to meet up? And they said, absolutely. And they came and picked me up. I was quite unaware it was actually a 3-hour drive to get down to Standardsville. And I was quite amazed that they had gone to that trouble. And I got a tour around the town. It was dark when I arrived. I was taken to a party, and there was musicians who'd come from about 50 miles in the house. And it was quite an amazing experience because it was so much more than I'd expected. I thought it was just a quick social visit. And then next day when I woke up and looked out the window, it was just the most incredible view looking along the Blue Ridge Mountains, because Roy and Anne's house is in the mountains. And I then got a tour around the county, and I was flabbergasted because anyone for this area, if you look across from the North Deeside Road to the southern hills, let's say between Braemar and Ballater, it looked very, very similar. And when you put on top of that, that most of the cattle that you saw were Aberdeen Angus, I was absolutely amazed. And then, of course, they've got the cultural links with a lot of the early settlers to the area were Scots-Irish or Ulster Scots and Scots and Irish. That I mean, it's not that far back when folk for this part of the world settled there as pioneers. And it was exactly how Anne had described it. It felt the same for me as it did for them. There felt like there was a natural affinity between the two places and the people. And I have to say, I mean, Shona and I are in the luxurious position that we have been there and we've met the locals, or certainly some of them, and some of the nicest folk you could meet. I mean, I think anyone who's been to Virginia would say how polite people are. It's a really lovely place, and we love the folk and like to visit, but not this year, I'm afraid.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Paul. That paints a really lovely picture. I think we all want to go and visit now. I would say probably.
I think I mean, some folk might think, oh, it's an awful far way to go for a twinning, but I mean, we were there within a day. We got up early. We're there for our evening meal sort of thing. So it's a much smaller world than maybe folk would imagine, but it's well worth it. And I think there's a huge amount of positives to both communities that could come out of this. And I think I've spoken to a few folk that say they would love to come across. I think if we got together a small delegation to visit, I think we would have a group come across very easily. In fact, Ken Howie, local farmer, Aberdeen Angus farmer, when I told him about it and said, "Oh, you should come along with us, Ken," and Ken, he looked very enthusiastic. There was a lot of enthusiasm there, so I think we could have quite an interesting cultural exchange and possibly friendships that would develop that would last a lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That definitely sounds like a plan. I mean, you're on the East Coast, so the flights aren't that far. I mean, I've done San Francisco. That's a massive flight, but I mean, you're not even halfway there, so it would be.
No, it's really not that bad. And I mean, for the other side, Anne and Roy have been here, so they know the experience going in the opposite direction, and they would have been here this year, actually, I think, if it hadn't been for the current pandemic that's ongoing. So, actually, this virtual festival has possibly been a little bit of a spur because everyone's online, and this is one of the things that's come out of that, being forced to do this. It may be, funnily enough, the thing it maybe just sparks the whole thing back into life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it was probably needing a bit of a kick to get it going again. So this is probably just what it was needing. So I'm going to welcome Simon to the meeting now. We haven't spoken to Simon Welfare, so if you could unmute yourself, Simon, and then.
Can you hear me all right? Yes. Well, I'm the chairman of the Community Council, which is we hold sway, as it were, in a rather minor way across the How of Cromarr, and Tarland is one of the two main settlements in the How. I think, incidentally, we shouldn't get too hung up about being bypassed by the railway, because the railway line to Aboyne closed half a century ago, and so we're all forgotten and off the main network. In fact, I think this has been going for about 8 years, as Paul said. And in fact, the first I heard of it was that I got a call from Roy one day when I was dozing over my computer, as I habitually do. And he called me up from the commercial and introduced himself. And we were naturally interested on the Community Council, and we did do a consultation, actually. And there was quite a lot of interest, but there were some skeptics, I have to be honest with you, who thought that perhaps this was a slightly old-fashioned thing to do, the twinning. However, I think that it's a good thing that this has been kicked back into life, as I think Paul has rather brutally put it, or Yvonne, because you know, it's one thing, of course, it would be wonderful to have delegations going over and people going over to Standardsville. But we can also do an enormous amount online. And I think that the future in all this twinning stuff lies in being able just to call up Standardsville, and to put our different groups in touch with each other and do perhaps joint online concerts and things. And I think the way through, I mean, this is just a suggestion here. I think this is really about culture with a small c. Maybe you'd call it culture with a big C, but this is about sharing thoughts and experiences and fun and things like that. And I think that one of the ways through this, when we originally put it about, there was a lot of interest from the school, for example. And I think there would be interest still from the school. And I think that it would be good to get the kids talking to each other. And I think perhaps the way through beyond that for the adults is to do it through the special interest groups that we have here. I mean, it might be that the beekeepers of Tarland could talk to the beekeepers of the mountains, and you know, the history group could talk to people in Standardsville and help them find out about their Scottish ancestry, or perhaps even their Viking ancestry. So I think that it would, the best way to get this really going is to look behind the sort of civic stuff, if I may say so, with respect, and look at the cultural stuff, the stuff that interests us, and the talents we have, and maybe even the problems we have that we'd like to solve. And so I think it should be informal and good fun.
Thanks for that, Simon. That's always another aspect is good, and we're getting a lot of thumbs up there. I've got a question from one of our viewers, if I could pose to you. So Annie McGee has said, asking about the opportunities for exchanges between young folk. And I think, Simon, there you mentioned the school. So certainly, you know, through the school, but also through the small groups like the Brownies and the Cubs, and, you know, we have various small beaver swimming groups and things. And I'm sure Paul would know more about that, having two youngsters. But yeah, putting people in touch. And I'm not technically savvy enough to do that, but maybe there could be some sort of forum set up, a blog set up that we can all discuss things with each other. I'm sure there's an opportunity to do that. I mean, I've been asked to host today, but my role as a trustee for the Tarland Development Group, you know, I'm involved in an awful lot of groups who do things round about here. The B group, which I head up, but there's things like the seed saving group, there's the community garden, there's bike trails here. They're all run voluntarily by a local group, and you know, the Brownies and things obviously are all run voluntarily, but there's lots of groups I'm sure would be delighted to speak to each other on other sides. So yeah, maybe getting something technically savvy to set something up would be great. I think Paul wants to come in and speak, so on you go, Paul.
Yeah, I was just going to say, since we were on the subject of the schools, and Simon mentioned, Shona actually spoke to Miss Rogers, the headmistress at the local school, and actually headmistress at Logie Colston as well. And she was full of enthusiasm for what could possibly be done between the schools in the Green County area and Tarland. And I think she was full of enthusiasm for the whole thing. So as far as I can tell, I would categorically be able to say that they were definitely on board with that and see it as a great opportunity. And I think the same was felt when we were in Standardsville. Certainly we went to visit two of the schools. One, it was at Ruckersville, and the other one was that in Standardsville? I can't remember. I think it was. But the size of the schools were considerably larger To put it into perspective, Hector, our oldest boy's class, how many folk was there? About 15 or 16. The same year in the Stanardsville school, I think they had about 600 kids the same age. So it was quite a contrast. But it was funny. The kids just, I think they found me quite outlandish. I opened my mouth and they thought, is that you talking for real, or is it like you're an actor or something? So there's no getting away for this accent, I'm afraid. But it was really interesting, and you could just see the cogs turning. They were thinking about things, and I think it could only be for the greater benefit that these sort of things take place.
Yeah, if I may say so, I repeat, I'm afraid that I think that's the way forward, and we have a very good, very expert future group here that does all kind of stuff with computing and links us all up. So I think I would suggest that if we can get the groups together, then the tourism will follow, and the imagination of people will be caught.
Can I just come in on the schools, Yvonne? Is that all right? I think the schools is a very interesting one, because the way the curriculum works in Scotland is that there are outcomes and a syllabus that the schools have to follow, but the schools themselves can decide how they're going to teach it. So what a child in a rural school is learning can be completely a different approach to one that a child in a town is learning. And I think that you will get the imagination going. And if we can spread that through the rural schools, I think it'd be a very good thing. So I think you've probably got an open door there.
Yeah, okay. Right, thank you, Gina. We'll move over to you, Bill. You've got something to say, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think Simon put his finger on it when he said, this is about cultural exchange. And I don't think there's anything to stop the two communities from starting as soon as possible on whatever ventures they want to begin. What I would like to hear from Fred is, I have a feeling there's also a benefit to moving forward with the bureaucratic aspect, to the extent that is, of actually being a formal sister city linkage as well. So maybe he can share with us, cultural exchange aside, because that can be done. We've got the technology to do that, both live and on the internet. But maybe Fred can share with us, what are our benefits and what is the process, briefly, on taking this bureaucratic step. Thanks, Fred. And thank you, Yvonne.
Yeah, sure. I'll just briefly answer that. So, yeah, the process, it's really not so as bureaucratic as it may seem. It's really as simple as the two of you cities simply signing an agreement with each other, expressing a desire to move forward and forming a relationship. And then we file that with Sister Cities International. Standardsville has already taken the big leap years ago to join Sister Cities International and had been in our classification of cities seeking cities. And of course, you all have found each other, and so that part's done as well. I would offer that our extensive network, and I outlined that at the beginning of my comments, there's so many examples of fantastic relationships that have been created, and exchanges that have been created over the last 60 years. And where Sister Cities International tries to help is in several ways, mostly to sustain these relationships. So it's one thing to get maybe, like Paul meeting Roy 8 years ago and establishing that just golden long-standing relationship. But then what it is the challenge for all of you to take the next step, and all of you are spot on. I've heard all these great comments from every one of you talking about the links between your two towns with tourism, cultural exchanges, educational exchanges, agriculture, beekeeping, even we've had several good relationships across our network where the fire departments got together and spent a little time with each other. Turns out fighting fires is pretty much the same the world over. Imagine that. And so Sister Cities works with all towns of all sizes, from Aberdeen and Houston down to Sandersville and Tarland, to create a sustainable program that will continue way into the next century. We offer a lot of services as well, like with, we talked a little bit about travel and students, so we help a lot with the visa program. We have a very strong relationship with the State Department in the United States, so we can clear the way, back to your comment, Bill, about the bureaucracy. Rather than being bureaucratic, what we try to do mostly is to work our way through the bureaucracy so that the towns like yours can spend most of your time and effort on what's most important, which is these exchanges. And then lastly, I couldn't help but mention economic development. We've talked a lot about preserving the culture and the history and of these two towns, but there's probably also an element that you could both benefit from, and getting together and talking on this very most personal citizen diplomatic level, people to people, is where you're going to solve those problems together. I love that comment earlier where you were talking about, let's all talk about what we have in common, but maybe even share some of our current problems and then solve those together. And that's where I think that this relationship can really blossom. So I hope that answers a question there.
Hey. I think that answers it perfectly, Fred. Thank you. So, I mean, you're offering a lot of opportunities and a lot of assistance and a lot of benefits from getting the bureaucracy out of the way. And then, that does open the door for lots of other things. Does anybody else want to come in with anything else, having heard all the conversations so far? We've had one question from the public, and Shona.
I'd love to, this is Alan, the Director of Tourism. I'd like to reiterate a couple things. My former life, I was a principal for 17 years in the school system here. This is a little bit less stressful job I now do with tourism, helping people have fun. So with that though, the opportunities, and I think someone nailed it perfectly, it's not just the exchange students, which are a great opportunity because I've engaged and had multiple exchange students in my house. But just the Zoom opportunities. We can do so many things now digitally that we couldn't do before. So I'm willing to help assist, to help motivate that, since Andrea is not here, to help those connections with the schools. But I'm also an avid bicyclist. I'm on my bicycle 4 or 5 days a week. So I'm willing to be the bicycle ambassador to Tarland. So anyone that would like to, we have incredible mountain biking. Gravel riding has become popular in America. Gravel backcountry roads with no traffic, with steep climbs as well. So challenging for those people who like it, but also just the back roads on a hard surface are fantastic. So willing to be that bicycle ambassador. And Roy, if you could give me that title, since you guys are giving, you gave Paul a title, I want to be the title in reverse.
Of course. And if this is Roy, if I may, one other thing beyond, Zooming interchanges and so forth, once this pandemic is behind us, hopefully, I think there would be opportunities for actual physical exchanges. And I wonder if, Fred, if you could, for a moment, just address the kinds of things that sister cities can do, as you explained to me a couple of days ago about grant opportunities, and that SCI can, after being awarded grants, could distribute them and share them with sister cities folks.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. Thanks, Roy. So there's nothing to prevent each of your two towns applying for grants, and they come up all the time, but it's a lot of paperwork sometimes. And so where Sister Cities has been helpful in the past is looking for those larger grants that could address many cities. And we've had very good success getting we got a huge grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation some years ago, and we're able to help 35 twinnings between U.S. cities and cities in Africa. We also got a grant some years ago and helped, I think, 15 to 20 towns that were twinned between US cities and then those in France. And so when these big grant opportunities come up, and it's harder for towns like Standardsville or Tarland to go after them on your own, that's where Sister Cities has been successful. And then, we're a nonprofit. We keep our overhead costs very low, and then we just distribute these right back down to all of the member cities, because that's our sole purpose, really, for even existing. Yep.
Sorry, Yvonne, can I just wanted to quickly raise the point of how in Tarland we get this moving properly. As I say, I think it comes from the initial impetus will come from the schools and from the different groups, and so I think we need to sort out some kind of little organisation back here that is going to deal with it on our side of the pond, and that's the thing that we don't need to discuss on this Zoom call, but it is an important thing to do, I think. And it may be the development group would do it. It might be that community council would do it. It might be even better, more effective, to have a group of people who are really committed to twinning. I'm not saying that everybody else wouldn't be really committed to twinning, but if you had a twinning association or group or something, that might give it even greater impetus. But that's just a point I wanted to raise.
Oh, Roy, you're still muted.
I just want to say I agree with what Simon just said, and I think the next step here is for us to establish a committee involving people from the schools, the historical society, nonprofit groups, and so forth, that they could be dedicated toward developing various kinds of exchange programs. But yes, absolutely, I think that's the next step, to have a formal committee established to come up with some ideas on what we might do going forward.
And we could have a joint committee, of course, and Zoom away.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think that sounds like an excellent idea. I'm seriously hoping that you have a B group over there, because we have a very well established and enthusiastic B group over here. So that would be a wonderful thing to get together with, and I'd certainly be up for that. So yeah, I'm interested to see what kind of honey you get from the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. Yeah, I've just harvested 100 pounds of pure heather honey. So yeah, it's seriously good stuff. So I think Shona's asking me to wind up for the evening. So if anybody wants anything else they have to add, I'd just like to say thank you all very much for taking part. It's been excellent to hear all your point of views, and I think there's certainly willingness from everyone here to move ahead with this project, and just be a case of finding a way to do it, as Simon says. And certainly on this side, we're all in touch with each other, and I'm sure we can make connections now that we've done that. Maybe even, just all these people that are here today, even just connect. So anybody got any last minute things they'd like to say before I hand you back to Shona? No, everybody happy. Right, we'll hand it back over to Shona. Thanks very much for coming. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, what an absolutely fascinating discussion there from our friends in Standardsville and our friends on this side of the Atlantic as well. I think that project will come on leaps and bounds in the next wee while. We are very nearly at the end of our Tarland Food and Music Virtual Festival. We have our last event coming up at 5 o'clock, and that is, of course, our finale, When Tykes Were Bold by Hamish Common, and we have members of the Tarland community have recorded various lines of that poem, and that will be shown just after 5. So we will see you in just over 5 minutes for the very last event of the Tarland Food and Music Festival. Welcome back to Sunday's Tarland Food and Music Festival finale of 2020. It has been a different kind of festival this year, but I really hope that you have enjoyed it all the same, and we look forward to welcoming you back to Tarland for 2021. The dates for our festival next year are the 24th to the 26th of September. So put them in your diary now and be sure to come and visit us for our festival next year. We have certainly had a busy schedule this weekend with something for everyone. And I'd like to thank each and every one of our contributors who took the time to support us by recording videos and taking the time to come and chat to me live as well. Before we go to our finale, I have a few things that I want to say as well, and we have some very exciting news. I mentioned earlier that Tufty Owl has been running a scavenger hunt, and I did announce the winners earlier, but I thought I would give them another wee mention. Tufty Owl was very happy to say that the winners of the scavenger hunt were Hannah, aged 5, and Ellie, aged 7, and Andrew, aged 4, was a runner-up. So they can collect their prizes from the paper shop in Tarland. And indeed, everyone that took part in Tufty's scavenger hunt can pick up a sweetie at the paper shop for entering. Now, over the weekend, we actually had a fancy dress competition for the kids. And I am delighted to announce that we have a winner of the fancy dress competition. We have got Andrew, aged 4, and Hamish, aged 2. Who dressed up as a fantastic piano player. I think you will agree with me, they are well worthy of winning the fancy dress competition, and I will be in touch with your mum, Andrew and Hamish, and I will get your prizes to you. I have a few thank yous that I would like to say before we press play on the When Tiggs Were Born. I would like to thank very sincerely our sponsors, the McRobert Trust and the Scottish Government, for the help that they provide us with. And of course, all of our wonderful contributors to our festival. There are too many to mention, but everyone who recorded a video and who took the time to chat with me live afterwards as well. Sandy Cooper, what can I say about Sandy? He has been our lovely website man. He's been helping me out with the raffle, setting it up alongside Dave Hurst, and also came to my aid last night when my microphone went and I couldn't hear anything. So thank you so much to Sandy for that. To the Aberdeen Arms, the Commercial, Angie's Cafe and the Petar Cafe and Restaurant for giving us fantastic recipes to put up on the website and on the Facebook page. You can still download them as well. They will be up there for a wee while. And to Nikki and Catherine, especially at the Aberdeen Arms, for hosting me. I've based myself down here for the whole weekend and they have really looked after me very well, keeping me fed and watered. So sincere thanks to them. I must make a very special mention to Paul Anderson, my husband, who has been fantastic over the last few months and supporting me behind the scenes, keeping me nice and calm. So thank you very much to Paul. To Kathy, Dave and Annie, my fellow committee members on the Tarland Food and Music Festival Committee, they have been wonderful, really on the ball with everything. I've been emailing and shouting at them this whole weekend and they have gone above and beyond helping me behind the scenes. And talking about behind the scenes, there is one person that we could not have done this without. Philip McAuliffe, or otherwise known as Mac. Are you there, Mac? I hope you can see Mac on the screen just now. Mac is actually down in London and he has been working really, really hard behind the scenes, not only to keep me calm and make sure that my microphone's working, but also he's been doing everything technical behind the scenes, pressing play, pressing stop, putting up buttons, dealing with last minute requests and panicky moments when people can't get into certain things. So my sincere thanks to Mac, and I think if you're on the comments, if you could put a little round of applause emoji.
Oh, cheers.
We really
thanks very much.
And obviously to you, the audience, we couldn't have this festival without you. It has been fantastic. We have had a truly international audience
from America, Canada, we've had from Dorset, from the other D-side down in Wales, from Ireland, we've had Aya looking in from Japan even, and of course the local folks in Tarland and surrounds. So we thank you so much for supporting the festival, and indeed popping something into the GoFundMe campaign as well. So here we are, the last event of the weekend. When Pikes Were Bold is a poem by Hamish Common, which was written about a typical market day in Tarland in the 19th century. I won't say much more about it, but my thanks have to go to the willing volunteers who have done a fantastic job of this epic poem, When Tykes Were Bold.
When Tykes Were Bold by Hamish Common. I sing the lusty days of old, when hearts were stout and tykes were bold, when oft the sound of strife and war resounded loud through fair Gramar.
'Twas morn, the sun rose bright, o'er Laidlick Hill and put to flight the mist that lay along the How and clung to Morven's noble brow.
Dark, goblin, and then shone, like blemished gold, Mount Clean. While, dim, majestic, Lord Nagar stood sentinel over wide Comar.
Wrapped in deep slumber, Tarland lay, nor dreamt what may become that day. For Tarland tykes were roch and bold, in 1824, we're told.
'Twas trysting day, and scarce the sun his daily journey had begun. Ere into Tarland town they flocked, until the market stands was blocked. Horses and cattle, sheep and pigs, with men on foot and men in gigs, neither in sidecars nor in fords, did rustics travel, then like lords.
They came from Colston, cool and coarse, the Cushney folk appeared in force, while o'er the Birkhill from Strathdon the Towie Chiels came trudging on. The moorland o'er, the Glenna down, they came that day to Tarland town.
'Twas noontide hour, much chaffering done. The market thinned as one by one the beasts were sold. The bargains struck, with antering croons tossed in for luck.
And now the steps of all were turned, the siller in their pockets burned.
Towards a tavern in the square, a noted hostelry, and there
they sealed their dealings with a drink of Mountain Dew and many a clink.
Of glass on glass was heard that day, as Hilly toasted Winnie Bray,
or Wasty drank the health o' Eastie,
from whom he'd brought an
Unca Beastie.
The day wore on, they grew hilarious,
and things began to look precarious.
for they forgot that every stranger,
And Tarland was exposed to danger.
unless he treated with respect,
The Tarland tyke, but little recked.
those merry men from Firth the slack,
Their words grew fierce, and looks grew black.
they answered with light-hearted banter,
They found like honest Tam O'Shanter.
wi' home-brewed ale they feared nae evil.
With Erskine they'd faced the devil.
But hark, what means that sudden shout? Those rushing feet? Without a doubt, some sight that could not be o'erlooked, some insult that could not be brooked, had roused the Tarland blood at last. And ere another moment passed, the fat was in the fire, and now, ye men of Lochal, ye must bow the knee to better men, or fight. In Tarland, mind ye, might is right.
As bees buzz out with angry fight, when plundering herds assail their bike, my muse is getting stale and flabby, that's twice I borrowed lines from Labby. So now from every lane and alley, the townsmen to the struggle rally, from Corrahee to Pressendye, their thunderous slogan cleaves the sky. Come on, ye Cushney cowards are, come on, we'll give you Tarland law. Come on, you shark as fake Clinkindi. We'll learn you to kick up a shindy.
So is the battle joined, and so the warriors choose them each a foe. Shades of Fitzjames and Roderick Dhu, behold your combat fought anew 100 times in that old square. As leaps the panther from his lair, as swoops the falcon on its prey, rush Tykes of Tarland to the fray.
But not for them the belted plaid, and not for them the glittering blade. They'd never been to boxing schools, had never heard of boxing rules. True to their name, they only fought for love of fighting, and the padded glove they scorned as a rejected toy, unworthy any manly ploy.
The varying fortunes of that day my feeble muse may not portray with vigour due to our vein to try. 'Tis theme for better bard than I.
At first, outnumbered 2 to 1, the Tarland lads were fain to run. To gain a moment's breathing space, they sought their old strategic base. The back burn was the rendezvous. They leapt its breadth or waded through. Upon the further side they rallied, then fiercely forth once more they sallied.
With one wild plunge across they go, with one wild rush they reach the foe. I wot there was no waiting there, they hurled them back into the square. With big Jock Forbes at their head, the Tarland Tykes were nobly led.
Along the line his signal ran, and Tarland expects that every man this day will do his bounded duty, and fight for Tarland, home and beauty.
Once more the Tarland cry is loud, once more they taunt the angry crowd, with sticks and stones and clods and divots, with bottlenecks and rusty rivets. They broke the enemy's morale and sent them flying one and all.
In hot pursuit the Tykes set out. The fight becomes an utter rout.
In less time than it takes to tell,
they drive the enemy pell-mell.
From out the square, then up the hill, they chase them far with right good will.
At Muirton Croft, the Lochel band resolved to make their desperate stand, but reckoned they without their hosts, who tore up Muirton's paling posts, and wielding them as did of yore their wild forebears, the broad claymore, rained right and left their hefty blows, as once again their slogan rose. And in a trice the foes were scattered, beaten, bleeding, bruised and battered.
The Lochel men turned tails and fled, with vows of vengeance in their head.
Of him who curse him first dared to beard the Tykes in his kail-yard.
So ends my tale of olden days.
But still at many a fireside blaze.
In Tarland town this tale is told
of those brave times when Tykes were bold.
everyone. Well, I'm sure you'll agree that was a really fun rendition of When Tykes Were Bold. And I have to admit that that's the thing I was really looking forward to for the whole weekend. So I was glad I was able to watch it all the way through. Well, we can't let the festival finish without, of course, thanking our keystone, amazing host, Shona Donaldson. We just want to, from the whole committee, myself, Dave and Annie, and everybody in Tarland Development Group, and everybody else who's been involved, say a big thank you to Shona. She's been absolutely wonderful, a brilliant host. She's embraced this technology. It was her drive and determination that made us think we could actually put on a festival this year, and we're so grateful for her for actually pushing us into doing it. Unfortunately, there was no time to have any of her wonderful singing. She's been very, very busy, as you can imagine. So maybe next year we'll get Shona to sing a song for us, and we hope that she will be coordinator for us next year in 2021. So Shona, we've just got Paul here with a little token of our appreciation.
Oh, thank you so much. I better come in.
Come in.
I'll come in.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, and see you next year.